Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his second straight three-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first-inning home run. Two of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the second consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wildcard race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the 9th on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of 3. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a 3-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his second straight 3-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first-inning home run. Two of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the second consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wildcard race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the 9th on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of 3. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a 3-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his second straight 3-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first-inning home run. Two of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the second consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wildcard race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the ninth on Wednesday. It was Jones' fifth appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of three. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a three-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his second straight three-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first-inning home run. Two of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the second consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wildcard race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the ninth on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of three. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a three-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his second straight three-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first-inning home run. Two of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the second consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wildcard race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the ninth on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of three. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a three-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his second straight three-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first-inning home run. Two of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the second consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wildcard race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the 9th on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of 3. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a 3-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his 2nd straight 3-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first inning home run. 2 of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the second consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wildcard race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the 9th on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of 3. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a 3-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his 2nd straight 3-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first inning home run. 2 of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the second consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wildcard race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the 9th on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of three. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a three-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his second straight three-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first-inning home run. Two of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the second consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wild-card race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the 9th on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of three. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a three-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his second straight three-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first-inning home run. Two of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the second consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wild-card race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the 9th on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of three. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a three-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his second straight three-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first-inning home run. Two of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the second consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wildcard race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the 9th on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of 3. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a 3-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his 2nd straight 3-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first inning home run. 2 of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the 2nd consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wildcard race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the 9th on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of 3. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a 3-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his 2nd straight 3-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first inning home run. 2 of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the 2nd consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wildcard race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the 9th on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of three. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a three-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his second straight three-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first-inning home run. Two of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the second consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wild-card race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the 9th on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of three. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a three-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his second straight three-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first-inning home run. Two of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the second consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wild-card race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the 9th on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of three. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a three-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against fireballer Daniel Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. Ichiro Suzuki came up big again, chalking up his second straight three-hit game and setting the table for Jose Vidro's first-inning home run. Two of Vidro's team-high 4 RBIs as Seattle beat Baltimore 8-4. Felix Hernandez won his 8th game, walking none for the second consecutive start. J.J. Putz closed the door for his 33rd save as Seattle now leads the wildcard race by 1 percentage point over Detroit. The Orioles lost for the 5th time in 7 August games after winning 7 of 8 to close out July. Mariners lefty Horacio Ramirez earned a no decision last Friday for his so-so performance, surrendering 4 runs on 10 hits in just 4 innings at home versus the Red Sox. Orioles righty Daniel Cabrera got the W for his efforts last Friday, beating the D-Rays with 7 innings of 1-run ball. He's lasted that long only twice in his last 9 starts, and ironically, he also carries an undefeated record into tonight's game, earning a win in 5 of 7 starts against Seattle with an ERA over 3.5. Top prospect Adam Jones didn't get onto the field until the bottom of the 9th on Wednesday. It was Jones' 5th appearance of 2007 since being called up last Friday, with 25 homers and 84 RBIs at AAA Tacoma. The Orioles have run into a rough patch in their bullpen, allowing 24 runs in its last 26 relief outings. Dave Tremblay hopes to turn that around and soon. It's the Mariners and the Orioles in the last of 3. It's Ramirez versus Cabrera. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m. in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Seattle Mariners try for their first series sweep of August in the finale of a 3-game set against the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards today. Southpaw Horacio Ramirez toes the rubber for the M's against Fox Sports
Network. Daniel Cabrera is the Orioles' most intriguing pitcher. He has the stuff to absolutely dominate Major League hitters. And he'll have a test tonight because the Seattle Mariners are looking for a 3-game sweep. The Mariners are in contention in the AL West. It's Cabrera tonight looking to dominate a tough lineup. Up next on MASN. Afternoon thunderstorms have cooled off the temperatures in downtown Baltimore. Seattle in town tonight, the finale of the 3-game series, and Daniel Cabrera is on the mound for the Birds. Cabrera with a tough task trying to cool off a very hot-hitting Seattle team. And hi again, everyone. Jim Hunter with Jim Palmer. Glad you could tune us in. A flurry of activity around the ball club today. John Parrish and Chris Gomez, Jim, are now former Orioles.
Yeah, they have a chance to go try to be part of the pennant race. Parrish goes right across the field to the Mariners clubhouse. They're going to use him, really, I guess, along with George Sherrill late in ball games. Chris Gomez hitting over 300. I tell you what, Cleveland very fortunate to get a guy that can play anywhere. Only didn't catch with us, didn't play the outfield, but he can play any of the infield positions. And last year had an 18-game hitting streak. So very good trade, and it's good for them because Parrish is a competitor and Gomez is about as good a utility player as you can find.
And to take their place on the roster, 2 players promoted from AAA Norfolk.
Yeah, Tyke Redmond, a couple of years with the Pirates. 1 year hit 280 in about 300 bats, hit 330 the year before. James Hoey, we saw him for 1 appearance this year. Probably overthrew everything, but a chance because they need an 8th inning guy to come up and over the last 6 weeks of the season to see if he can fulfill that important role because the bullpen's been struggling as of late.
Orioles trying to salvage 1 game in this series against Seattle, and since the All-Star break, this team has played very well, but so far in the month of August, just 2-5, and one of the major reasons, the lack of the long ball.
Well, that and all the fact that they're playing teams like the Mariners, they played the Red Sox up in Boston, so you can see 2-5, out-homered, not getting the clutch hit, something they've done very well. Team ERA, it's been a little bit, probably, 10th in the league all year long. All of a sudden, the bullpen really struggling. They're the 12th best bullpen. So you have some guys hitting, though. Huff changed his stance. He's red hot. Patterson's been real consistent at 350 over about 40 games. Markakis trying to take off for what he did last August. And, Nick, last night, a couple of base hits. The other night on Tuesday, RBI situation. He leads his team in RBIs, able to get the runners in. And you can see this year, 321. Last year, he hit 356 after hitting over 400 in the month of July. Hit 10 home runs in the month of August. Now, I don't know if he's going to do that, even though Minnesota's coming in and he did hit 3 home runs in one of those games. So here's a young hitter on his way to 300. Started out very slowly, both with batting average and with runners in scoring position. He's heating up, and of course, no sophomore slump for him.
And the pitching matchup tonight, Daniel Cabrera is on the mound for the Orioles, coming off a win in his last start at Tampa Bay. And Horacio Ramirez, who has been, well, the tale of two pitchers. At home, he dominates. On the road, he struggles.
Yeah, he's 5-0 or 6-0 at home, and of course, Cabrera's never lost against the M's, even though they did rough him up in Seattle. The Orioles coming back to tie up and eventually lose that game. But Horacio Ramirez 0-3 with an ERA of over 13 runs a game. You would think on paper, and that's all that is, Cabrera the favorite tonight.
So tonight, the finale of the 3-game series. The Middies are back out at the ballpark. It's the Orioles and the Mariners. Lineups at first pitch are next. Well, back at Oriole Park at Camden Yards underway. Ichiro Suzuki leading off, took strike one. Cabrera back out and misses down and in. And it's 1-1 on Suzuki, who comes in with the second best batting average in the American League. And what a series he has had against the Birds.
Just a couple of 3-hit nights. Stolen base.
Tapper towards third. Huff backs up. That's a foul ball. Foul ball. Tony Randazzo making the call at third base. Huff not waiting around to see because of the speed of Suzuki, but
yeah, you can't hesitate. If you do, it's going to be a base hit. As it turned out, it would have been a double. So, and there are the numbers for Daniel Cabrera, coming off a very nicely pitched game down in Tampa Bay. Didn't get him a lot of runs. Aubrey Huff, who we just saw, hit a 3-run home run off James Shields. That was really the only mistake Shields make. But Daniel, you can see less hits than innings pitched, but again, less walks than last year, but still too many.
Tapper towards third. Huff will have to hurry on this one, and he will not get him. There's an infield hit for Suzuki.
Well, you really have to probably play, even with 2 strikes, a little bit more shallow, because any ground ball is going to be a base hit, and that's what it turns out to be.
Southwest Airlines starting lineups for the Orioles tonight, or for the Mariners tonight, excuse me. Suzuki in the leadoff spot. Jose Vidro batting second at second base tonight. Then Jose Guillen in right. Raul Ibanez will DH. He'll back cleanup. Big series, 3 home runs and 5 RBIs. Adrian Beltre bats fifth. Then Broussard gets a start at first base. Then Adam Jones, the rookie, in left field. Jamie Burke will catch. Yuniesky Betancourt at shortstop will bat ninth.
Yeah, and the reason you have to shorten up is because this guy can steal a base just about any time he wants to. I mean, he's 31 out of 33 attempts. So even with 2 strikes, a swinging bunt, and
Of course, if you're Daniel Cabrera, your power is a two-seamer down and away, which is exactly what he threw him. He hit it very softly. If you're playing in, it's an easy out. And if you're playing back, it's a base hit. And it can turn out to be a double. And I think if you're John McLaren and you manage the Mariners, you have a couple of options here. You can let Ichiro steal later on in the count. You can keep this first base hole open for Vidro, who's a very good hitter and is red hot. Got a 10-game hitting streak on.
Suzuki runs, swinging a bouncer towards the hole. There's a base hit. So the hit and run perfectly executed as Vidro puts it in play. And Seattle has runners on first and third and none down.
Take a look at our Rico scouting report on Daniel Cabrera, and I don't think I had first and third with nobody out in it, but that's where we're going to start. Well, a stopper, a 2-game losing streak. Dave Tremblay said, we're tired of them getting on the board. Well, it looks like that might happen. He's 5-0 against the Mariners, and their mascot is a moose. And, of course, he'd like to get closer at 8-11 back to 500. And, of course, he still has 6 weeks to do that. And, again, when you make a good pitch, which he did to Ichiro, and then you make another good pitch, but you have a veteran lifetime 300 hitter that looks for a fastball and just hits it into right field, you can't panic. But what you do is try to – Vidro doesn't run very well, so, if you have to concede a run, that's the run. The guy you're pitching against has an ERA of over 13 runs a game on the road. Now, it doesn't mean that's going to happen tonight because that's taking good hitting teams, bad hitting teams, and whatever, and the Orioles 12th in runs. But one run's not going to beat you. I would be very surprised if you give up a run in the first that's going to be a reason to panic.
Well, the Orioles have the infield double play depth. Jose Guillen at the plate. Ooh, and that hit him. And Jose Guillen hit by a pitch that ran in, and he is in pain.
Well, 13th time he has been hit since 2003, 68 times now. That's about 6th in the American League. So, he's a guy that dives in a little bit, and when bad combination, guy with great fastball, running fastball, sometimes lack of command, and you just hope it's not broken. I mean, we're talking about a team in the pennant race here. And John Parrish, who they acquired from the Orioles, can't hit. This is very similar to how Miguel Tejada got hit down in, San Diego, right? And, again, you just don't know. And
well, Miggy missed a month, and he was fortunate to only miss a month.
He had a stress fracture. It was a non-displaced, so I don't know if it's the right hand or left hand. Maybe it's the right one. So, hitter trying to, be aggressive, and that ball way inside. He missed by about 1.5 feet, and I guess he gets the right hand. See, he doesn't even get his hands out of the way. What you try to do, and it hurts either way, but you protect the smaller bones of your hands and your arms, is turn the front shoulder. Don Baylor, who was hit well over 200 times, you just turn the front shoulder and you take it off the back of the arm, and that's why a lot of the guys wear the protective stuff. So there you go, Verlander, who pitched a no-hitter and throws even a little bit harder than Daniel. And then Contreras, who's really been struggling. Dice K, of course, pitching very well for the Red Sox.
Well, Jose Guillen finally to his feet. He is in tremendous pain. So Guillen and the trainer talking it over. Let's get a look at the defense tonight. The Centric Business Systems defense behind Cabrera.
Peyton Patterson and Markakis. Tyke Redmond was acquired, or actually brought up from the minor leagues. Huff, Tejada, Roberts, and Millar. That'll be the infield for the Orioles. And Ramon Hernandez doing the catching. So it appears that Jose Guillen will at least go to first base. Now, whether he'll continue to play. I'm just kind of discussing, and again, it's usually what will happen is you go out there, and if you continued pain, you'll go get it x-rayed.
Well, you mentioned it. He's now been hit 13 times by pitches, so his style is one that he moves in towards the pitch. And when you have that two-seam fastball at that velocity moving that far in, very difficult to get out of the way.
Yeah, that number we just showed you was when he played for the Nationals. And, of course, this is a guy that had Tommy John surgery, so arm is better. We saw his throwing ability up in Seattle. That's why, again, if you had a chance to see Cal Ripken Jr. inducted 2,632 games, it's just so simple to get hurt in this game.
So Cabrera's got to go to work now with the bases loaded and none down. And Raul Ibanez, who has been red hot in this series. See, the 3 home runs in August have all come here at Oriole Park in this series.
Yeah, 116 at bats, 31 games. 33 of them last year. He's got 9. He's got 1 lifetime home run, and again right here, Ibanez. And it's, to me, it's kind of it's almost compelling. Everybody talks about trying to get out of slump by hitting the ball the other way. That's how it started off on Tuesday night. Took a 2-0 fastball left center, hanging slider to put him ahead off of Jamie Walker, who's been lights out.
Ground ball and a base hit in the right field. Nearly hit Guillen. Suzuki scores. The runner at third will be held. That's Vidro. And it's a 1-0 Seattle lead and still nobody down.
So you have to understand, we look at Daniel Cabrera and say, well, his wildness will be illustrated by walks, but a lot of times you can be wild in the strike zone. Watch where the glove is. It's down and away. He has to reach all the way across the plate. So that ball is not thrown where he wants to. I mean, where do most left-handers like it? Down and in, and that's exactly where the ball is. So Raul Ibanez is very confident. He's a terrific hitter. Hurt his shoulder in spring training on a check swing, and now all of a sudden all you do is drop the bat head to the ball. And that's sometimes all you can do against Cabrera when he's got his game going.
So here's the 5th batter. Still nobody down. Adrian Beltre. Fastball for a strike, 0-1.
And it looks like he's got explosive stuff. And it all started with bad defense as far as playing your third baseman back on a guy that you don't want to do that against. Mora getting the evening off, at least early on. And Huff has played well at third. It's just if you're 2 steps behind the bag, you're not going to throw out Ichiro on a routine ground ball. Routine ground ball becomes a base hit, and it really set up the whole inning. Because I don't care who you are, when you come out of that bullpen, you don't know what kind of stuff, what kind of command you have, how the hitters are going to react to your stuff. And that's why it's sometimes so difficult for starting pitchers to pitch early in the ballgame.
Tapper passed the mound. Tejada charging. He has 1 play. It's at first and got it there just in time. A run scores, 2-0 Seattle, and 1 out recorded here in the first inning. Let's head downstairs to Amber, our Tesco Technologies report.
Well, Jim, the 2 new faces on the Orioles are here for 2 very different reasons. Young pitcher Jim Hoey was brought up so the Orioles could get a look at their future. And meanwhile, Tyke Redmond, the outfielder, he's up here for 1 reason. Here's Dave Tremblay.
Redmond is here to fill a role. There's a need for an outfielder, a guy that can catch the ball, a good defensive player, a guy that can run, a guy that can spell Patterson. When was the last time Patterson had a day off? There's a need for a guy that's got some experience. I mean, if you look at Redmond was a pretty good player, with the Pirates.
So he does have that experience, and a lot of people didn't even know Jay Gibbons had a sore shoulder, and that was the reason he hasn't played a lot in the outfield recently. Let's go back up to Jim.
All right, Amber, thank you very much. And here's Ben Broussard, runners at second and third and 1 down. That was a pretty good at-bat by Beltre, even though he made it out because he was down in the count 0-2, and he put it in position where he could get a run in, and the Orioles could only get 1 out.
Yeah, I don't know if that was his intention, but he didn't strike out, and they advanced the runners. They still have the runners in scoring position. You're going to play your infield back, so any ground ball to the right side is going to give you a 3-run first inning. And it's exactly what Dave Tremblay, who manages the Orioles, said we didn't want to have happen. I mean, a big question is, you can see Guillen still flexing that right hand. How this is going to bother him not only later on in the day, but when they go to Chicago after tonight's game.
1-2 on Broussard, first appearance in the series.
There's your third run, and that's all he had to do. I mean, that's part of hitting, situational hitting, and the Mariners have done that very well in this series. They've also situationally hit 5 home runs, and the Orioles haven't hit any.
So just like that, it's a 3-0 game with the Mariners in front.
And if you're sitting at home saying, well, why didn't you play your infield in? If you play him in, you make him a better hitter. He already hit a home run against Cabrera up in Seattle, and so here's a guy that has pretty good stuff tonight, maybe not commanding it, and he's down 3-0. And they got a chance on a wild pitch because Daniel up there with the leaders as Adam Jones steps in. This is the young kid, the phenom. What a great AAA year he's been having.
Fouls it back, 1 on the count. Tesco facts, Seattle has been outscored 90-63 in the first inning this season. Well, in this series, they didn't score in the opener on Tuesday night, but got 2 last night, 3 tonight. in the first inning. Ooh. There's a strike in the outside corner, 1-2.
Yeah, this is a kid they compare. He's their #1 prospect. They compare him to Mike Cameron. And of course, Cameron was the All-Star Gold Glove center fielder.
Breaking ball fouled off.
He reminds me a little bit of Don Baylor. You know, I mean, body type. There you go. 37th picked in 2003. I mean, what a year. I mean, anytime you're hitting over 300, 75 runs, 27 doubles, 6 triples, 25 home runs, 84 RBIs.
He just turned 22 on August 1st.
And of course, when they brought him up, Jose Guillen said, don't ruin our chemistry. And John McLaren said, we need somebody that has this kind of ability. You know, how he'll play, I think, will be to be determined.
Towards Brian Roberts at second base. He has it. He'll get it to first. And the inning finally ends. But 7 men come to the plate. Seattle grabs a 3-0 lead. Birds coming up in the bottom of the first. Orioles baseball on Masson is brought to you in part by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit southwest.com. Now Seattle with 3 in the first. The first 4 hitters reached, 3 scored. And after the inning, Leo Mazzoni talking it over with Daniel Cabrera and Ramon Hernandez listening in as well. This is a one-sided conversation.
Well, it's kind of similar to the game that he won earlier in the year where he gave up 4 runs early on, and the Orioles came back, won that game 9-5. So, again, I'd tell you what, it looked to me he had terrific stuff. The scoreboard indicates otherwise. But again, okay, what's our game plan? And of course, you never like to discuss this after you've given up 3 runs. But you know, you have a guy pitching against you tonight that has given up a lot of runs, has yet to win on the road this year. And you hope that Cabrera straightens out. And Ramirez, who pitched very well up in Seattle, 94 miles per hour, and ended up winning a game 4-2 as Brian Roberts will lead it off for the Orioles.
And he falls behind 2-0. Does Ramirez? Ramirez, 27 years old, first season in Seattle.
And again, all 6 of those wins at home, up at Safeco. Ball just a little bit low. And I talked to him yesterday. I said, you got to pretend that, hey, you come out here and look at not a lot of walks, not a lot of strikeouts, a lot of hits. He said, I have no idea why I'm not as good. But again, I think it's a very comfortable ballpark to pitch in, especially if you're left-handed. A lot of room in center field. If you were with us last night, the ball was flying. Of course, it was 101 at game time and not quite as warm today after that storm came through.
Yeah, all the way down to 89.
Yeah, there. Look at those numbers.
13.72 ERA in the 5 starts away from Safeco Field.
And again, if you look back, and you know, a couple of starts ago, he gave up 8 runs in 4 2/3 innings. That was in Texas. Then he went to Detroit, one of the best hitting teams. He gave up 7 runs in 5 2/3. Went to Boston, one of the best hitting teams, on the road. Gave up 7 runs in 4 innings. And then against the Angels, gave up 6 runs in 4 innings. So that's how you have that ERA.
And Brian Roberts works the walk. So Roberts gets on, leading off in the bottom of the first. Southwest Airlines starting lineups for the Orioles. Roberts, Patterson, and Markakis up top. Miguel Tejada last night, a 3-hit night. He picked up his 1,000th career RBI. Millar drops down to number 5. Aubrey Huff at third base. Then Ramon Hernandez, Jay Gibbons, and Jay Payton.
And our Rico scouting report, Horatio Ramirez up and away. We talked about that ERA, bird hunting. He won 4-2 in July, and of course they get him 7.55 runs a game, which is 4th in the American League in run support. But again, on the road, just miserable numbers. I mean, the numbers are just unbelievable when you look at the lineups. I mean, guys hitting, you know, in 2 positions, guys are under 300. 1/8 hitter's hitting 440 on the year. So just having one of those years, and they traded for him. Rafael Soriano, a right-handed pitcher, came up a couple of years, had Tommy John surgery. He goes down to Atlanta because their bullpen wasn't what they wanted it to be last year in Atlanta. And the Mariners say, you know what, we need a little better starting pitching. And he's actually pitched pretty well when he's been healthy, had some shoulder problems. But that hole's still available for Corey Patterson.
Roberts runs, and the pitch is blooped to left field. Jones in on the ball. He will get there. Roberts has to hurry to get back. The throw, he is out.
Yeah, well, they talked about not only is he a 5-tool player, he can throw. I mean, you don't want to be even thinking about running on this arm. And I think, you know, Brian's going, didn't pick the ball up, and that's the mistake. See, so there he goes. Great jump. You got to look. Now he looks, doesn't know where it is. It's too late. Uh-oh. And watch this throw. I mean, we're talking Reggie Smith. We're talking Calavito. We're talking Clemente. On the line. So if you're Horatio Ramirez, you're going, thank you so much. I did exactly what I didn't want to do, walk the leadoff guy, and then double play erases him.
Nick Markakis with 2 down. Takes it low. Markakis with a 5-game hitting streak. Leading the Orioles in RBIs with 70. Ball 2, and Jamie Burke out to the mound to talk to Ramirez. Orioles have lost 2 in a row. They have dropped 3 of their last 4 and 5 of their last 7 games, and once again are 8 below 500 at 52-60.
Now 23-20 under Dave Tremblay, who took over for Sammy Palazzo. And, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, you still have to pitch well. He's done a marvelous job. There you go. Those are your RBI guys. Of course, Mora missing time, Tejada missing a month. At the end of the day, you can prepare them, you can train them, you can try to get their skill level up higher, but they have to produce. They have to pitch, you got to get clutch hits, you got to hit home runs, something they don't do particularly well. And if they don't do those things, then you try to manufacture runs, and that's why they've probably been as good as they've been. They've hit well with 2 outs, and the right guys get on, they steal bases.
Markakis thought he had ball 4. Charlie Relaford disagreed. Fans getting on Relaford as Markakis started for first base.
So you're down 3 runs, and Nick Markakis is a sophomore year smart hitter. If they're going to walk him, and that was ball 4, except that the guy that didn't call it that way, he'll take his walk. It's good for your on base percentage.
Ground ball is short, deep in the hole. Betancourt and out at first base. How did he catch that ball?
Well, he took a chance of a collision, and of course this is why the play is so difficult. So we've talked about Betancourt made an error, 21st of the year, but look at this. They are right behind the runner. Nice play by Broussard. terrific play. Of course, the Orioles need base runners. And it's very hard to tell. It appeared to me that maybe the foot came off a little bit, and a lot of umpires will call a guy out on a throw that, or call a guy safe when the throw is that far offline. And so many things going on there. You have the 45-foot line. You have to stay in, and Nick, of course, to do that, you also have to hit the bag. But again, good defense. I mean, the Orioles 26 hits and only 7 runs over the last 2 games, so they need as many opportunities as they can against a hot-hitting team.
It's amazing that he was able to keep his foot as close as he did to the bag. It looked to me like his foot came off as he caught the ball, but the umpire was looking to see if he caught the ball. That's Greg Gibson at first base, so a lot to look out there with Markakis and Broussard nearly coming together.
Yeah, and of course we saw Broussard playing left field when he was up in Seattle.
So again, the foot appears to be coming off the bag before he has total control of that ball. And there's a strikeout of Jamie Burke leading off in the second.
Yeah, I was talking to Jamie Burke the other day, and I said, "Yeah, I saw you hit against Beckett." He said, "Boy, I had some tough matchups." And he's got another one of those tonight if Cabrera gets back on track, unless he goes down on strikes.
So Daniel gets the leadoff hitter, and here's Yuniesky Betancourt, the number 9 batter. 2 out of 8 in the series, takes a fastball high, 1-0. Broken back ground ball to Brian Roberts. Brian gets it to first, and 2 down here in the second inning. Well, don't miss your chance to try the all-new, all-you-can-eat left field club. You'll get a left field seat with access to the exclusive club level. Plus, you'll get an all-you-can-eat pass for unlimited hot dogs, nachos, popcorn, peanuts, ice cream, soda, and much more, all for just $35 in advance or $40 on game days. Tickets for the rest of 2007 are going fast. This is a very popular feature, so call the Orioles at 8888-48-BIRD or just get online at Orioles.com.
We're all going there on Saturday. We're going to load the food. Dempsey, Dom Davis, you and I. Then we're going to go eat.
Absolutely.
9 innings of eating.
Here's Suzuki, who singled and scored in the first. To left field, Jay Payton went back on it. He's there, and he has it for the out. So Cabrera, bounce back inning, retires the side in order. Seattle with a 3-0 lead. With a 3-run first, a 3-0 lead. Horacio Ramirez on the mound for the Mariners tonight. Here's the Centric Business Systems defensive lineup for the Mariners.
Jones, Ichiro, and Guillen. Jones already with the outstanding throwing arm to double up Roberts. Beltry, Betancourt for Pedro Broussard, who made a nice play, and Jamie Burke as Kenji Jojima, at least initially, gets the night off. He does the catching most of the time. So Ramirez walks the first guy after they present him with a 3-run lead, and defense picks him up on 2 counts. What an arm, though. It's funny, Dave Sims, who is now broadcasting, said, do you have any young players like Adam Jones going to help you out next year? And I said, unfortunately not at the minor league level. Mariners lucky when you look around at this team. You know, Lopez, their regular second baseman, Betancourt. And they made some nice trades. They just signed Ichiro for another 5-year extension. If you weren't with us last night, it looks to me that he's going to probably be the first Japanese player ever to get to the Baseball Hall of Fame, the kind of numbers he's put up.
Miguel Tejada for the Orioles leading off in the second. Miguel, a 3-hit game last night. 3-game hitting streak now.
Yeah, got him back over 300.
Popped up down the line. Broussard is there, and he makes the grab. Wow.
Well, he's usually known for his bat, I'll tell you what. You know, his wife Brenda had their second baby the other day. He actually came in with the team on Monday night, or Sunday night, I guess, flew all the way back to Seattle and got back for game time. So I don't know if he's well rested or not. You know, a couple of cross-country trips. Look at this play. Oh, yeah, there it is. So 3 outstanding defensive plays already for the Mariners.
Miguel hoping that would fall foul so he'd get another hack as Millard takes a strike. And Millard now down, no balls and 2 strikes. Millard has hit in his last 2 games, 2 out of 8. Outside, a ball and 2 strikes. Ramirez out of Inglewood, California, now in his 5th season, drafted by Atlanta in 1997. And came up through their system when Leo Mazzoni was the pitching coach for the Braves. Millard looks it over, ball 2.
Had a nice rookie year, and then all kinds of injuries. 12-4 next year. Had some shoulder problems. 2-4. Low ERA, but just didn't pitch very much. There's strike 3, inside corner. And I think that's what Leo, I asked him years ago. I think we went down there to do some games. I said, tell me about Ramirez. He said, well, he gets cutter happy. And he tries to cut the ball in on righties, and they'll hit some home runs. But look at Burke. He slides to the inside corner, and then that ball might have been inside. But again, if we talk about trying to urge the catcher by having him sit up and get the umpire to call it, perfect example right there. But the ball looked like an inch or 2 off the inside corner. And Millar very adept at knowing the strike zone, but could be one of those bigger strike zones than you normally have tonight.
Aubrey Huff batting now with 2 outs and nobody on. Aubrey had last night off. Tapper back towards the mound. Ramirez will back up to play the hop. And a very easy 3-up, 3-down inning for Ramirez. We played 2 in Baltimore, 3-0 Seattle.
Lucky kids can thank Nick Markakis for their tickets to the ballpark tonight. It's all part of the Orioles Reach ticket program. It allows children who may not otherwise be able to enjoy the baseball game the opportunity to experience the excitement of a visit to Oriole Park. Tonight, Markakis welcomes 80 kids from Alliance Case Management and Church of the Holy Nativity. To find out more about the Orioles Reach program, log on to Orioles.com. Jim?
Much. Jose Vidro will lead off in the third. And he takes a strike. Guillen on deck, then Ibanez.
And Vidro was able to just take a low fastball and ground it into right field. And right there you could see his approach. The home run he hit last night was the first home run he had hit since May 25th. Ibanez comes in, hadn't hit one in 116 at-bats, and Vidro had gone 206 at-bats. Of course, Ibanez hit 33 last year, and Vidro, not a home run guy, even though he's a lifetime 300 hitter. But he's just been able to work the count, get good pitches to hit, both in Seattle and in this series against the Orioles. But it's a constant game. You get a man on base, which is not the case now. And if you're a left-handed hitter, you're looking for a ball you can hit by the first baseman into right field. And you try to do it on your terms. If a guy makes a perfect pitch down and away, you take it. If you swing at it, you know what? It's usually a ball you hit the second baseman or shortstop for a double play. But he was smart enough, and Cabrera got a ball on the inside half, and he just hit it into right, and all of a sudden you got first and third.
A foul ball off the bat of Jose Vidro as he fights it off to stay alive. He fell behind 0-2. Now the count 2-2.
And part of this game is sitting on the bench, especially the first two games, and seeing how these guys react when you're pitching against them, when you get ahead or you get behind. And most hitters react a lot better when you're behind them. They become very defensive when you get strike one and strike two, and it's 0-2, 1-2. The amazing thing about Cabrera, and you brought it up, when he goes 0-1, hitters were 22 out of 54. That's over 400.
It's
so
amazing.
Strike one doesn't work for him.
There's a bouncer to second base. Brian Roberts gets an in-between hop, and he gets Vidro one man down. Well, we told you earlier, John Parrish traded today to the Seattle Mariners, and there's John in the back bullpen in Seattle. And as he walked out to the bullpen, the ritual, he's meeting some of his teammates on the way out. And then when he got to the bullpen, he had to say goodbye to his teammates. And look at that, a box of sunflower seeds from Paul Shuey as a going-away present. You know, that's a tough scene because those guys spent a lot of time together.
Well, I think Chris Gomez, when Amber interviewed him, basically said the same thing. And, of course, Ibanez said thanks for the double last night. Great play in right center field. He had a double off John, and Patterson flipped it behind his back to Markakis, and they threw the runner out at home plate. But, you know, he gets to go to a team that's in contention. They're half a game up in the wild card race coming into this game. So, and then Chris Gomez gets to go to a team that's got a slight lead in the American League Central.
Guillen hit by a pitch and scored in the first. There's a strike at the knees, 1-2. Here's the West Division race with the Angels in front by 3, only 2 in the loss column.
Yeah, Angels got beat last night by the Red Sox, 9-6.
Now 2-2 on Jose Guillen. Cabrera has retired 7 in a row. However, the first 2 of this stretch were RBI groundouts.
Oh.
Left field and gone. Hanging, breaking ball, and Guillen, after being hit by a pitch his first at-bat, takes it out on Cabrera. He hits a hanger a long way for his 15th home run.
Well, see, that's the way you're supposed to hit a hanging curveball. And if you watched him last night, hit a slider in the middle of the plate off of Guthrie. So once again, if you do your homework, it's not you can't throw him breaking balls, but if you hang him. And I tell you what, this is a Coors Light cold, hard blast. I mean, that is full extension. This is the way they used to hit the hanging ball, hanging breaking ball. Frank Robinson, that's how he got to 586 home runs. You'd hang one up there. I'll tell you, that ball almost got to the second deck here.
Banez fouls it off.
And once you get 3 runs, and they've done it a couple of times in this series, you just keep trying to add some runs. And that's what the Mariners will do. Of course, Cabrera's trying to shut the door, and you just make one mistake, and it's so simple to do, especially when the ball starts flying here. I mean, that wasn't wind dated.
Well, the Orioles starters having a tough time keeping the ball in the ballpark this month. 9 home runs allowed for 13 runs this month. And this is only the 8th game.
Well, again, fatigue. Fatigue. I know Leo Mazzoni doesn't believe in that, but, again, if you haven't pitched that many innings or you have trouble commanding your stuff, I think fatigue does set in. And then, of course, the bullpen has to be used more. And, of course, their ERA is over 7 runs a game, and it's a vicious cycle. So, again, there's 50 pitches. Other than Guillen's ball, that's the only ball that's really been hit hard tonight. They took advantage of an infield hit, a couple of ground balls hits, a couple of ground ball outs.
And he's worked the count full 3-2 on Ibanez with a run in and 1 down.
And I still would like to see Daniel over the next 6 weeks try to establish his 3rd pitch. Just occasional changeup. This certainly wouldn't be the case 3-2.
Breaking ball down and in, and a 1-out walk. Oh, looks like some storms in the area.
Yeah, they're all taking bats to the plate with Mariners uniforms.
Grounds crew is in position behind the tarp just in case.
They are poised.
Daniel, after his start in Tampa, as Adrian Beltre comes up, Beltre RBI ground out his first at bat. He was talking about how he seems to have, and we've documented this, troubles in the first 2 innings of games, and then find some semblance of consistency from the 3rd inning on. And if you watch him day in and day out, and here are the numbers we're talking about. Innings 1 and 2, his ERA is 5.81. Innings 3 on, 4.49. So over a run less per game. But when you watch him pitch, he really does throw predominantly fastballs early in the game. And he said it's simply to get loose. But now you're a pitcher, and if all you're throwing is one pitch, don't you become predictable?
Well, that's not all he throws. But, again, I think what happens is he gets so worried about walks, he starts aiming the ball. Because if you look this year, his velocity has been down. So is his walks. But are you actually throwing the ball with vigor? I mean, maybe not full out, but 85 or 90%. I mean, he's got a pretty simple windup. They made a big deal about me working with him. All I try to do is maybe get him a little closer together to get his balance points so he can throw downhill.
Pitch outside. Beltre lays off 2-2. I mean, I'm not suggesting that he throw other pitches just to throw other pitches, but to me, if all you're throwing, or let's say it's 10 out of 12, I think the hitters adjust.
Well, I think we just saw it with Guillen. Everybody goes up to hit the fastball because he's got such a good fastball. And if you hang a breaking ball, I mean, Greg Zahn, I know, when Toronto comes in, I said, how do you hit him? He says, I look for the fastball, hope he hangs a breaking ball. And that's what happened with Guillen because it speeds up the bat. The big curveball is a hard pitch to throw over. Not everybody can be like Eric Bedard. I mean, he's like 4-wheel drive this year. Just put it in 4-wheel drive and, I'll get the curveball over. Well, Bedard's pretty special. See,
and he got him.
Yeah, there's the perfect breaking ball. But again, if you don't have your best fastball or you don't have your best command and you're not getting the curveball over, wouldn't it be nice to have a 3rd pitch? So he has it, just doesn't throw it. And it doesn't get any better than this. I mean, that's like the perfect low and away breaking ball. Now, if he had thrown that to Guillen, he wouldn't have hit it, but he didn't. Now, I just found it a very difficult pitch to throw over consistently because it breaks so much. And I thought it was a better pitch to throw with 2 strikes where you don't have to throw it. You can throw it under the strike zone, which is what Bedard does so well. And again, if you're looking for a fastball, what looks like the fastball? The changeup. But again, you never ever get better if you don't throw it on a regular basis. I mean, it's a must for him to do it next spring. It's just, otherwise he's never going to take a step forward. I mean, he's had over 100 major league starts now. At some point, you have to start getting a little bit better.
His career ERA is 4.79.
Which is really not that bad. I mean, that's about the league average. So there are a lot of guys, if you played on a team that scored a lot of runs, so the Orioles say, I don't want to run this into the ground. They're 12th in home runs. They're 12th in runs. They don't score a lot of runs.
And Broussard down on strikes to end the inning. Seattle adds to its lead with the solo home run by Jose Guillen. He got a hanging slider, and he hit it a long way. Broussard strikes out to end the third. Baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit southwest.com. And by Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield. Horacio Ramirez now has a 4-0 lead. The Orioles have had 6 batters through 2 innings. Leadoff walk, but then the double play.
Yeah, I just called Rick Dempsey out at the Masson studio. I think it's raining out there.
Is that right?
Yeah. Hunt Valley, out towards your palatial mansion.
You're overstating.
No.
Ramirez.
Can I Google your house?
I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
Just a house.
Celebrity tour. Well, but isn't it the house in Jimmyville?
Oh, absolutely. In Jimmyville, yeah. It's a community of about 5 or 6, and growing. 0-1 on Ramon Hernandez, leading off in the Oriole third. There's a strike. Quickly 0-2. It's interesting that the clouds are right over the ballpark, and they are as dark as they could be, and yet no rain. So maybe we'll be fortunate. The rain will stay up north.
It's a little bit like the Wizard of Oz. Very dark and.
And you see the clouds over the lights.
Well, it poured at about 1:15 here in Baltimore, at least downtown.
2-2 as Ramon takes a close pitch.
When Ramirez pitched against the Orioles, he was throwing, of course, he had just come off the disabled list, was throwing 94 miles per hour early on in the game, which is a little bit harder than he normally throws.
There's a base hit for Ramon Hernandez, and the Orioles have their first hit. Leadoff single in the third inning. So down by 4, Orioles get a man on. Well, the Orioles want to remind fans that the game this Saturday against the Red Sox will now begin at 3:55 p.m. in order to accommodate the Fox Television Saturday National Game of the Week. Fans with tickets printed with the original 7:05 game time should still use these tickets for admission to the Saturday afternoon game. And if you have any questions about the game time, call the Orioles at 888-848-BIRD.
Yeah, the Orioles are going to get to see, as are the Red Sox, at least they're going to get to see their best three pitcher. Dice K pitches Friday, and then Beckett, and then Schilling just off the disabled list. Bedard will pitch for the Orioles, and then Burris and Traxel. So swirling winds and napkins and things blowing around here. Hey, it almost looks like tornado weather. Jay Gibbons would like to hit a tornado. Get one swirling out of here. So the shoulder problems. My understanding, he got a second opinion on that throwing shoulder, which is his left shoulder. Certainly from a home run standpoint, an average standpoint, disappointing offensive year.
Right field, and on the ball is Guillen. Has it for the out. Throw back to first base. Safe is the call at first as Broussard can't hang on.
Yeah, nice play by Charlie Relaford, the umpire, as from home plate goes all the way out to first base. First base umpire going out to make sure that he can see whether Guillen catches it. Ball hangs up a little bit, so pretty routine call. And then we've already seen Jones's arm from left field. This is a guy coming off Tommy John surgery.
Broussard missed the ball.
Yep.
Second time in the series that Hernandez has been hit by a throw while running the bases. And one down. Here's Jay Payton.
Well, Tyke Redmond comes up from AAA Norfolk, and Dave Tremblay, the Orioles skipper, talking about the fact that Jay, it's been a little bit tough. He's over 300 against left-handed pitching, under 245 against righties. He looks a little bit like Unieski Betancourt, and I was thinking, what is Betancourt doing in our locker room? And then if you really look at me, they look very much alike. And gosh, we just got a new shortstop, but actually it's a new outfielder.
Played very well for the Tides. Payton takes low, ball 2-0 the count. Played mostly center field for AAA Norfolk. There are the numbers in AAA. Also a very good base runner. Started the year with the York Revolution, which is managed by Chris Hoyles. Payton to right field, and on the ball is Guillen. And he has it for the out, and 2 men down. And before the game, Tyke Redmond talking about coming up to the Orioles and getting back to the major leagues.
Yeah, there was doubt. I mean, big time. Me coming off an independent ball, and I mean, that really humbled me, and working hard and just keep working hard, and I did really well in Norfolk, and I never expected to come up here, but it happens. So.
And so here he is, and here's Brian Roberts. It's beginning to rain at the ballpark, so the fans are heading for cover. Now, it's interesting, the guy that has had all that major league experience this offseason couldn't find a job with a major league organization, ended up going to York for the independent York Revolution. And then the Orioles purchased his contract, and he went to AAA Norfolk. And Roberts has a base hit to right field, past the dive of Broussard. So the Orioles have 2 on with 2 out.
Yeah, great approach by Brian. Left-handed his better side, but I tell you what, fastball away, just hit it right by the first baseman. We always talk about the lefty been able to do that, but not a bad pitch. 2-seam fastball. See Broussard trying to catch it, and then just Ramon making sure he doesn't get hit by that line drive or the inning's over. So a chance now, 1 swing away from getting back into this game. Doesn't have to be a home run. Double up the gap. Single will usually get you on the board, even though if it's the left or right, it's going to be a track meet because Ramon doesn't run well and they can throw.
Corey Patterson takes low.
In fact, Ichiro's got a great arm in center field. I mean, you should probably, right now you are looking with the Mariners, probably the 3 best arms in baseball in any outfield. Of course, we haven't seen Adam Jones, but I saw enough.
So did Brian Roberts.
Yes.
And a line drive, and there's a base hit to right center field. Ramon Hernandez will be sent, and he will score. So the Orioles on the board. It's a 4-1 game. 2-out RBI single for Corey Patterson. And the fact that he broke his bat helped out the Orioles. It slowed down the ball getting to the outfielder, Jose Guillen.
And it also plants doubt in Ramirez's head. You know, 333 hitter against lefties coming into this game. So actually hitting better against lefties on the end of the bat, strong enough to get it over Vidro's head into right center field. You make a great point. You can see Ramon chugging around third. So now all of a sudden, and if you're Horacio Ramirez,
runners go. It's a double steal.
And now all of a sudden the wheels are going. You know you haven't won on the road. They gave you a 4-0 lead. It's now 4-1. And the Orioles do what they do best. I mean, they come in with 97 steals. They just got 98 and 99. Man, it's starting to rain. And of course, for the umpires, the decision is, you can see two real good base runners. Great jump by Roberts. And of course, Patterson right behind him.
Well, Charlie Relaford, who's umpiring behind the plate tonight, he is the crew chief, and he's been getting updates during each half inning as the teams change the field, and it is definitely getting close to decision time here because it is really starting to rain hard. Good eye by Markakis. Oriole umbrella. There's a fan who came prepared. Takes it low. Nick grounded out his first at bat. Close play at first on a throw that sailed on Betancourt. Somehow Broussard was able to catch the ball behind Markakis. Now it's not raining as hard as it was even 30 seconds ago. It's interesting weather. Couple of big runners out there here in the third inning. Check swing, and it's outside. Appeal to third. No swing.
Oh.
Well, the count goes full.
Yeah, makes a good pitch, and then this is what third base umpire's looking at. Oh, what a swing. I tell you, the Orioles with a huge break, and John McLaren said, what can you possibly be looking at? And John, a pretty mild-mannered guy until you get the calls wrong, and that's certainly what that was.
And he walked him.
Yeah, and he crossed him up, too, I think, Jim.
Well, the base is loaded with two down for Tejada.
Yeah, see, he threw a fastball when Jamie Burke thought it was going to be a slider, so he's going to go out and talk to him. Hey, wait a minute. Now, watch this. It's lucky it doesn't go all the way back to the screen, and I think that reason it doesn't, it hits the umpire's leg.
Rafael Chavez, the pitching coach, out for a chat.
Well, these are all good signs for the Orioles. And that's why Chavez is out there. Rafael coming out and said, hey, let's not lose our focus. Big lead. I mean, you're one base hit away now from having a one-run lead. You're a double away from tying it up. If you end up throwing a grand slam, and that's a possibility, I mean, right-handed batters just wearing out Ramirez. On the season, came in hitting .363 with 5 of the 7 home runs.
Well, Miguel Tejada, who is trying to find that stroke, looked like he did last night. He had 3 hits. 9 grand slams in his career. 3-run deficit. Bases loaded with 2 down. And it's low, 1-0.
See, if you look at Ramirez, and a lot of times you say, how do we judge a pitcher? Does he command the ball pretty well? Well, he doesn't walk a whole lot of guys, but he doesn't strike anybody out. Can he get his breaking ball over? Well, he didn't right there. Can he keep his fastball that's 90 miles per hour out of the middle of the plate? Well, apparently not. And that's why he's getting hit so hard. He's back into a hitter's count. And there's a good changeup.
Now 1-1 the count on Miguel. Tejada pop foul to the first baseman Broussard, his first at-bat, on a terrific fielding play by Broussard down the line.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to catch it in this rain and wind. If he hit the same ball, there's no way Broussard, who made a terrific catch, would catch that ball.
Big spot for the Orioles. Chance to get right back in it. They have a run in, so it's a 3-run game. And the base is loaded with 2 down. Left field and deep. Back it goes. It is good! Grand slam for Tejada. And the Orioles have the lead.
Well, a couple innings ago, we told you about Leo Mazzoni saying what's one of the problems that Ramirez tries to cut the ball in on right-handed hitters, and that's what he does, and Miguel all over it. So let's go back and take a look at our Chevy drive of the game. So here we go, bases loaded. Here's a curveball. Pretty good changeup. Miguel chases it. And right there, just a little cutter inside. Half doesn't get it in. Orioles take the lead.
Big 2-out grand slam. Millar to center field hard, but right to Ichiro Suzuki to end it. But the Orioles come up with a 5 spot. RBI hit by Patterson with 2 down, and the grand slam by Tejada has put the Birds on top. Umpires have ordered the tarpaulin on the field. The umpires right behind home plate, and they're discussing it, getting the report as well on the storm that is in the area. And don't forget, student night tickets for tomorrow night's Red Sox game are sold out. Only limited seating remains for the weekend series. So if you'd like to come out and see the Orioles and the Red Sox, get on the phone and check out availability, 888-848-BIRD. And if you're coming to Oriole Park this weekend, please bring any non-perishable food item or cash donation to help support the 21st annual Orioles Reach food drive. Now, volunteers, including Orioles wives, Orioles advocates, Von Paris movers, Masson and WJZ personalities, will all be at the gates collecting donations to help the Maryland Food Bank. For more information, 888-848-BIRD or online at Orioles.com. And while we have a rain delay, a chance to visit with Gina Millar, the lovely wife of Kevin Millar, who is here to talk about what they hope that the fans will do to support the drive. And it's something that's very successful year after year. And what do you say we top it this year?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. So as an incentive, we decided that we would get together and get the guys to autograph some cards. So if you bring in a minimum of 5 cans or $5, you will get an autographed card from one of the players. We have a limited amount, so it's going to be first come, first serve. And also we're not guaranteeing which players that we have.
Well, I mean, you don't. In other words, you can't go and say I want a Kevin Millar.
Right.
You probably have all those anyway.
Yeah, I kept them all.
But that's a good incentive because the hope is that the fans will donate anyway. And if you bring 5 items, or what is it, $5?
Yeah, 5 cans or items, you're right, or $5. And you get 1 autograph card.
Of course, the Red Sox are going to be in town, so we know that.
Big crowds.
Yeah, big crowds. And, of course, you know about the Red Sox and all that,
Yeah.
having been up there.
Well, the Maryland Food Bank does so much good for the community, and a drive like this really can help the food bank help so many more people.
Yeah, exactly. For every dollar that you donate, that they can buy 4 pounds of food. So it really helps out. And there's over 235,000 people in the community that they help. So
canned stuff, diapers,
canned
things
stuff,
like that.
yeah, any non-perishable, dry cereals and stuff like that. But then also, diapers or personal items such as toothpaste and soap and of course cash.
Yes, cash, yeah.
And then they also use some of the cash to buy like turkeys for Thanksgiving and things like that.
Yeah, and you mentioned Thanksgiving, and Jim and I were talking about this actually the last couple of nights, is that you do have to keep in mind that people do need help year-round. I mean, we all get into the spirit around Thanksgiving and then Christmas in December, but this is an opportunity for the Orioles and everyone involved with this to help the community right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the holidays, everybody's always thinking about, the needy, but the needy are in need year-round, so it's definitely it's good to help whenever you can.
Now, are you going to challenge the people as they come in if they're throwing out a dollar bill? Say, hey, how about that 10? How about that 5?
Yeah, I'll say, hey, give me $5 and you'll get an autographed card.
Well, yeah, but you know what? When we were up in Boston last week, your husband, because of 2004 in the World Series, he's still huge. So you're going to wear your uniform and all that. They'll be throwing money at you. I don't want you to get the wrong idea or anything like that. But
I know. Last year, I think we did it against the Yankees, so hopefully we'll have.
Well,
better
they don't
luck
like
this
you.
year.
They
Yeah,
probably
they didn't
wanted to
like.
stay with you.
See, there's incentives. So you got to tell the Boston people, hey, the Yankee fans gave a lot more than you.
Yeah,
you got to
yeah.
embarrass them into giving.
Yeah, we're going to make it a competition, but yeah, they didn't like me very much last year, so hopefully I'll be.
You'll be a big
better.
hit this year. They'll probably be having their Millar jerseys on, but it'll be Red Sox jerseys.
Yeah.
And of course, one thing I know you have twins, and I was talking to Kevin probably back in 2005, and I said, well, your wife's having twins. He said, oh yeah, he looked at Mark Bellhorn. He said, I'll just go downstairs and sleep with him. Now, did he ever leave in the middle of the night because he wanted to get a good night's sleep after the kids were born?
No.
And is he as extroverted at home as he is, or are you just telling, hey, Kevin, zip it?
Yeah, no, he's very extroverted at home too. He's got the kids going all the time. I sometimes have to say, okay, they got to go to bed now. We got to calm them down. He's got the music pumping and they're dancing and they're always having a good time. So,
well, Gina, thank you very much.
Thank
we
you.
appreciate the visit and best of luck this weekend. We hope everybody comes out and really does a good job supporting it.
Thank you.
That's Gina Millar. When a rain delay, don't forget the 21st annual Orioles Reach Food Drive this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday against the Red Sox. Orioles have taken the lead 5-4 on the Tejada Grand Slam. We're coming back with more from Oriole Park. And welcome back to Oriole Park as we go to the fourth after a brief rain delay. And Cabrera anxious now with the lead to get going, and he deals high to Adam Jones, 1-0. Lower third of the Mariner lineup here in the fourth. Miguel Tejada just before the rain delay, a grand slam to cap a 5-run bottom of the third for the Orioles. And there's a hard hit ball pass to drawn in Aubrey Huff down the line. Well, Jay Payton will run it down, and Adam Jones flying to second base with a double. So the Mariners, just like that, get the tying run to second base, leading off in the fourth.
Well, again, an outstanding young player, and all kinds of home runs, over 300, triples, doubles, great throwing arm, 5-tool player. Of course, he's going to have to prove it up here, and he does it again here. And he just singes a line drive. You play him off the line because you figure if Cabrera's throwing hard enough and will make good enough pitches away, but he doesn't. Gets the ball in the middle of the plate, and of course Jones a little controversial because the Mariners were playing well, but again he's just got too many tools to stay at AAA.
And Jamie Burke with a bunt attempt misses, so it's strike one.
You know, a lot of teams right before the trading deadline they would go out and get people. Atlanta got Teixeira and everybody trying to upgrade. Gagne as the pitcher goes up to the Red Sox, but they got Adam Jones. Now the track record's not there, but the ability certainly is. And then again, of course, if he can come up and help them, this is a team that's 10th in runs in the American League and don't hit that many home runs. He can help them both offensively and defensively.
Well, he had 25 home runs in 101 games in AAA. Oh, good breaking ball. Burke swings and waves at it. 1-2.
And of course, all scouting people are raving about Adam Jones, and why wouldn't they?
Just turned 22.
What I like, he hit the first ground ball to second base and just aired it out down the line. We'll kind of see and I imagine he'll probably be doing that for the next 10 or 12, 15 years. That's what Jeters did when he came up.
So Cabrera now has the lead. He allowed 3 runs in the first inning on an RBI single by Ibanez and then RBI grounds outs by Beltre and Broussard. Jose Guillen homered in the third for a 4-0 lead, and the Orioles got 5 in the bottom of the third inning. Ground ball towards short. Jones going to third, and Tejada plays at the first for the out. So even though Burke couldn't hit it the opposite way, Jones with a good secondary league and a quick first step gets to third base with 1 down.
Yeah, that's how he's able to do it. Normally you do not advance on a ground ball to shortstop, but hits slowly. So Jones at third and Betancourt coming to the plate. The Orioles are going to bring their infield in. And I think one of the reasons is Betancourt doesn't do a lot of running. Now, of course, if he does go on, does get on, then that brings Ichiro up with a man on. But it's worth the gamble.
Ground ball towards Tejada. Past Tejada into left field. There's a base hit, and the game is tied.
Yeah, Jim, it looked like it, I don't know, again, the field's covered, so it's not particularly wet, but it hits something and stays down. I don't know if Miguel, because he's a little bit more up the middle, is going to catch this. It's just a curveball. Watch this. Pretty good one, but it ends up in the middle of the plate, stays up a little bit. And then right here, right about there, it just stays down. See how it just
skipped past him?
Yeah, I don't know. Of course, Jones is going anyway, and the minute he sees the ball get by Tejada. Now, whether he would have gone if he's able to catch it, a whole other story.
So that'll bring up Ichiro Suzuki with a runner on. Tie game. Fastball's high, 1-0. Suzuki got the Seattle Mariners going in the first with an infield hit. Takes, foul tip. Charlie Relaford with a delayed call. 1-1 the count. Tried to stop his swing at that high fastball. Ichiro now sitting 3 straight and 8 of his last 10 games. Bouncer towards Roberts at second base. He'll go to second to get the lead runner. That's all they'll get. 2 men down. Not hit near hard enough to even attempt to, so Roberts alertly gets the lead runner for the second out.
So now all of a sudden it becomes a stolen base opportunity for Ichiro. And already with 31 steals, been caught a couple of times. You have the ideal hitter at the plate. You wouldn't mind having him lead off the next inning. So I can't imagine if he will not be running in the first couple of pitches here.
He doesn't go, and Cabrera misses outside, 1-0. There you see the rain returning.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult to hit and pitch.
High fly ball to left, playable for Payton. Jay backing up to the warning track, has it for the out. Inning ends, but Seattle gets a run. They led to the bottom of the fourth, a 5-5 game.
We have a tied game right now in the bottom of the fourth, and for another perspective, I have Joe Angel, the man on the radio. Hi, Joe. Welcome back. I haven't talked to you in a while, and you and I were just saying one thing about Daniel Cabrera is that it's almost become consistent for him to be inconsistent.
Oh, no question. With Cabrera, you never know what you're going to see. Well, you do know what you're going to see. You're going to see strikeouts. You're going to see wild pitches. You're going to see hit batsmen. You might see a grand slam. You're going to see some great pitches, some really bad pitches. You're going to see him struggle early in the game and then settle down and maybe give you a chance. It's like watching Indiana Jones pitch.
It's very interesting and never dull. The rain coming down, though. You just hoping right now they can get get to the fifth.
Well, we hope so. Get this one in, somehow. We know Cabrera struggles early in the game, but does he struggle early in the game after a rain delay? I think we found out.
All right, we'll see. He has another chance. We'll see if he comes back out here. Thanks for being here with us.
Always great. Thank you.
Even in the rain. Let's go back to Jim.
All right, Amber, thank you very much. Here's Aubrey Huff leading off in the Oriole fourth.
Indiana Jones. New one's going to come out.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's in the making.
Are you a movie buff?
Yeah, I am. Not on our charters because we used to get hand-picked movies. But, yeah, it's a winter occupation.
I like the movie.
Saturday night, off day here, Fox game. We got canceled. Might have to be.
I thought you were coming out for all you can eat.
I am, but the movies, they run those all day long.
All right.
Born Identity, I think the new Matt Damon, who I had a chance to meet, nice guy. Met his dad, actually. His dad's a pitching coach in a high school up in Boston.
Strike three called. Fastball in the outside corner, so Huff lets it go by. That's number 2 for Ramirez, and one away. Well, join us again tomorrow. The Orioles will welcome in the Boston Red Sox, game 1 of the 3-game series. Outstanding pitching matchup. Eric Bedard against Daisuke Matsusaka. Coverage on MASN begins at 6:30 with those extra, presented by Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Then game coverage at 7. We've got all the access you need right here on MASN. Ramon Hernandez takes a strike.
Yeah, 12-game winner against a 13-game winner. Eric's won, 9 in a row now. Trying to make it 10 in a row.
So following the rain delay, Cabrera allowed the leadoff man to reach. And Jones eventually scored to tie the game. Ramirez goes to the mound and gets a strikeout. Hernandez fouls it back 1-2.
Yeah, and that strike zone that was pretty ample will get a little bit bigger because I think Aubrey Huff thought that ball was off the corner, and it was. But Charlie Relaford looks like he is a pitcher's umpire. Not that the scoreboard would tell you that. I think he'd be a hitter's umpire with 10 runs and 12 hits again, or 10 runs, 10 hits. Just fastball right down the middle. Now that wasn't Charlie's fault.
Well, back-to-back called third strikes and 2 men down. Ramon now 1 out of 2.
Burke moving inside, and that fastball just nicely presented to Charlie Relaford, the umpire. Again, the encouragement and the ability to hit the target.
Gibbons too far in the check swing, 0-1. Jay DHing tonight despite the left-hander on the mound. Melvin Mora getting a night off. Strike 2. Now Ramirez staying on that outer part of the plate to the left-handed batters in this inning.
Well, remember, lefties only came in hitting a little bit over 270 and righties over 360. So he needs to get these guys out. And I think if you go back and look at this game as he strikes out Gibbons, the walk to Markakis sets up the grand slam to Tejada.
3 up, 3 down, go the O's.
Infield hit by Ichiro. Ichiro has 4 hits now, 5 hits, rolls one into right field. Ian would go on to home run after getting hit by a pitch, and then Ibanez gets a single into right, so they get 3 runs, and then Corey Patterson gets the Orioles on the board in the 3rd inning, and then now Miguel Tejada bases loaded grand slam. The Orioles will take a 5-4 lead. There's a rain delay. Mariners come back with a single run in the 4th, and we go into the 5th, tied 5 runs apiece.
Well, Cabrera out there in the 5th. 0-1 on Guillen, who fouls one off.
So he hits him in the hand, and then he hangs a curveball, and he hits it about as hard as any home run that's been hit this year. Deep to left center.
15 home runs in his first year in Seattle. Still some light rain here at the ballpark as we play in the 5th. Chop foul, 0-2.
And just think, if you are a Seattle Mariner, you get to have your hitting instructor. We talk about Terry Crowley with the Orioles so much, but Jeff Pentland, he had Barry Bonds at Arizona State. He has now, 757 home runs. He had Sammy Sosa between 97 and 2002, and for Sosa with over 600 home runs with 604, and he had Gary Sheffield when he was the hitting instructor in Detroit. Actually, with the Marlins, excuse me. So I guess 1,839 home runs.
Pretty good coaching.
Yeah. We showed him a couple of nights ago. He had his head on the rail. Nice rest. He knew the guys were going to get 18 runs and 34 hits in the first 2 games here. And he said what they all have in common, people don't realize how hard those guys work, and hitters in general. And he said to Bonds, of course, he said he saw the ball out of your hand probably better than any hitter that's ever played. Because that Babe must have had no problem. There's another hanging breaking ball that Cabrera gets lucky with. He gets under it. Hung it a little bit too much in, and he pops it up. Well, our Chrysler Jeep Dodge starting pitching comparison. Both of these guys have been struggled. More hits for Cabrera. They haven't really hit him hard with a couple of exceptions, but it's all knotted up. 5 runs apiece, and Ramirez is yet to win on the road this year. So he's given up 5 runs. That ERA at 13 runs per game on the road. He's 6-0 at home.
1 out for Ibanez. Cabrera misses outside. Ibanez now is hitting 4 straight. He has 7 hits in his last 14 at bats. Stops a foul, 1-1.
Well, John McLaren, and of course he's been around, a veteran at age 36, and best year last year, 123 RBIs, career high, 33 home runs, career high. And John McLaren said, "Stop beating yourself up. You hurt your shoulder on a check swing. We know how much you want to play well, but he's one of those guys who's a workaholic." And he said you can only do so much work and still be ready to play. And I think veteran players should understand that. But again, if you want to succeed, sometimes you overdo it. I think that's what John's message was to Raul. Whatever he's been doing in this series, it's worked.
Gets ahead 3-1. There are the numbers Jim spoke of. 33 home runs last year. He's in his 2nd tour with the Mariners. Swings through it. He was with Seattle, originally drafted back in '92 in the 36th round, made it to the big leagues by '96, stayed through 2000, then went to Kansas City for 3 seasons, went back to Seattle in 2004. And a high chopper. Ramon doesn't know where it is. It's behind the plate.
Yeah, a little ball or chop that appeared that it might go fair, and then
Ibanez didn't know where it was. He didn't run.
Well, how do you like to spend your whole life with a mask on? I mean, really, that's okay. I don't know where it is. That's what always amazed me. I mean, the guys pop balls up. You got to find the ball, get to it. Got all kinds of spin. And, they wonder why you sometimes look foolish because you get a late jump on it. It's not like you're a center fielder. And as the ball gets into hitting zone, you actually see it come off the bat. You can see if it's away or whatever. They're very underappreciated. Used to say underpaid, underappreciated. I don't know if they're underpaid anymore, but underappreciated. Tough job.
Ibanez pops it up. Payton was deep in left. Tejada out. Payton in. Payton gets there and makes the catch. Well, solid effort there from Payton. Looked like Miggy saying, "I couldn't hear you."
Well, again, wet field. It drains very well here at Camden Yards. And then
he heard him at the last moment.
Yeah. All you need is Don Zimmer's helmet, batting helmet. Nice communication right there. As Jay Payton, much easier angle, runs off Tejada.
Beltre takes a strike.
Well, Daniel Cabrera, he's going to stay out there. I mean, that's the one thing he's been able to do. I mean, he can throw more pitchers more comfortably probably than anybody on the staff.
Breaking ball, swings through it.
Yeah, it looked like Beltre with the rain trying to get this, not the game over, but get him a lead. He does lead this team in extra base hits.
And down on strikes he goes on 3 pitches. Cabrera now has 4 strikeouts on the night. Good breaking ball. Beltre can't reach it. 3 up, 3 down goes Seattle. Fireworks night is Friday, August 24th. Orioles host Minnesota. All fans at the game at 7:05 can enjoy a dazzling fireworks display after the game, all presented by AAA. You can end your summer with a bang here at Oriole Park. For tickets, 888-848-BIRD, or just go online, Orioles.com. Some of the middies from the Naval Academy here tonight. And half the academy here last night, other half here tonight. And the fans enjoying Anchors Away on the public address. And the umpires applauding those young middies. Someday they'll be naval officers and helping to keep this country safe and free. That was Larry Vanover applauding. A 5-5 game, bottom of the fifth. Jay Payton leads off and gets ahead 2-0. Jay is 0 for 9 in this series. There's a strike, 2-1.
Yeah, of all the Orioles hitters, he is the most aggressive. I've seen 3.22 pitches per at bat. He's very aggressive early in the count. Great high ball hitter. That's for him to take that 2-0 pitch. A lot of personal restraint right there, because he usually hacks at it. But again, it's been a little bit of a slump. It's not only the 0 for 9, but over.
He's 3 for his last 28.
Yeah, and then over 60 at bats. He's hitting right around 230-ish. Good swing right there, but fouls it straight back. And
Ramirez has struck out 4. He has walked 2 batters. One of the walks is scored. The big blow, the Tejada grand slam in the 3rd inning. Pops it foul out of play.
Yeah, 17 walks and a little bit over 340 at bats. So he's not up there to walk. Never has. That's kind of been Jay's track record. Very aggressive. To me, he's always liked the ball away. And lately, and again, Dave Tremblay saying one of the reasons they got Tyke Redmond is that they need somebody else to play the outfield. They've just been pounding him inside. And of course, right there, 18th walk of the year.
Night like tonight with a generous umpire behind the plate. That's a close pitch to take, but Jay looked it over. And he's on at first. Go ahead, run on with none down.
Well, you know what you have to do if you're either Ramirez or Cabrera, just ignore the scoreboard in the sense that, hey, you've given up 5 runs, but it's a tie ball game. So the last thing you wanted to do is lead off walk to a very aggressive hitter. But again, a lot of times walks, they don't happen just on the 3-2 pitch. It's how are you aggressive early on? Do you trust your stuff? Can you throw strike one? Are you afraid of contact versus saying, hey, hit my best stuff?
Payton chased back. Jay has just 4 steals on the year. Orioles have 2 steals in this game. The double steal by Roberts and Patterson in the 3rd inning. So there have been 7 against Ramirez. 2 have been caught on the year. And again, a throw to first.
Well, he's throwing over the wrong guy because Payton doesn't run. Roberts with a base hit the last time right in between first and second.
Toyota League leaders. Right. They are the stolen base leaders. Ryan now within 3 of Carl Crawford. And he bunts it foul.
Well, they were anticipating a bunt because Beltry was playing in on the grass.
Third base coach Juan Samuel now flashing signs.
Kind of an unusual play because Cabrera's given up runs. Bullpen's given up runs. You're only in the 5th inning. The rain is not subsided, but it's certainly slowed down, tapered off. You would still be thinking, get as many as you can. It's not like it's the 8th inning or so, 7th inning where you're trying to play for 1 run.
Ryan again bunts out in front of the mound. Ramirez turns, throws to second, and in time to get Payton.
Yeah, great play by Ramirez. No hesitation at all. And part of that play, if you have a good catcher, and it looks to me that Jamie Burke's pretty heads-up defensive catcher, he's telling him second, second, second. So there's no hesitation at all. Not a very good bunt at all.
So Roberts unsuccessful on the sacrifice, but now a chance for a steal, and here's the bunt.
Yeah, right. See, it's right back to him. So he doesn't even I mean, good for him. Bat out in front of the plate, but he bunts it right back to the pitcher. You know, down the third base line, first base line is going to be a pretty good bunt. And Jay's gone. It's just he just snap throw. Doesn't hesitate. Really almost sidearm.
Now Bryan has 1 steal in the game. There's Corey Patterson, who has extended his hitting streak tonight to 5 in a row.
And I am sure the Oriole runners have said, hey, Khalil Mazzoni, what kind of move does he have? If they don't already have a scouting report. Of course, Bryan's so adept at getting a big lead. And against lefties, you know he doesn't have a good move. The minute that right leg comes across the pitching rubber, he has to go home. You go on the first move, and you know, he holds the ball, which is what you'd like to do. And, of course, Patterson will call timeout. One of the ways to slow the running game down. Step off, throw over there, hold the ball, try to vary your cadence.
Bryan has a small lead for him, doesn't go, and it's bounced foul.
And then the other part of it is the slide step.
Well, we've seen now 2 throws to first and 1 throw to the plate, 1 pitch. So Bryan now should have all the information he needs.
Yeah, Boomer Wells designated for assignment, and when David was here, they could run almost at will. But what he would do, which is what Ramirez just did, is the little slide step. You know, instead of picking your front leg up, you just slide it towards home and throws that ball away. So, you know, all kinds of ways to control one of the best base stealers in baseball, and that's Brian Roberts.
Brian Roberts talking to Greg Gibson there. He thought that Ramirez balked. So if nothing else, he's putting the thought in the umpire's mind. There goes Roberts. Pitch is taken high. Throw to second base, and he is safe. Betancourt thought he got the tag down, but somehow Roberts got the hand in.
Yeah, body language will always tell you what a catcher thinks. And here comes John McLaren. And Burke made a nice throw. I mean, heavy infield because of the rain. He goes on his first move. Hands go up. He takes off. The straight steal doesn't even look. And I tell you again, you know, he tags him up on the waist because the throw's just up a little bit. So quick release, right on the money. A little lower. He's out by, I tell you what, it did look like he was out. And he almost hydroplaned right out into center field. Well, hey, it's a pennant race for the Mariners.
And that's the go-ahead run.
Yeah, exactly.
So the Orioles get that call. Very, very close. Betancourt saying, come on, Brian. You know I got you. The second steal tonight, 34 on the year. There's the Bird putting the hex on Ramirez. And Patterson swings through a big, slow breaking ball. 1-2 on Corey. Corey's having some kind of second half. 13 multi-hit games since the break. And that's in 24 games.
Yeah, anytime you can hit close to 350 over 40, 42, 43 games, you're red hot.
Hit towards shortstop. Betancourt plays it on the hop. Throw to first. Oh, what a scoop by Broussard. So Patterson out 2 down, and Roberts had the hold.
Yeah, Betancourt, again, he made his 21st error, and you never ever know it the way they play against the Orioles. Juan Samuel, the Orioles' third base coach, said that Beltry, Betancourt, and Lopez, who's not playing tonight, they're always talking and kind of pumping each other up. What a nice play, because he's got to get it on the short hop, and then he's got to throw it going towards third base, and Broussard didn't save him because the throw was high enough, but nice play on all ends.
Well, Markakis now with 2 down. Takes
Crossed him up again. And Jamie Burke's going to call it. Hey, you know, he's calling for breaking balls and he's throwing fastballs.
The Mariners not as concerned with Markakis up with Roberts at second base as we've seen in the series with Bryan at second. The way Markakis can spray the ball around. We've seen with Bryan at second base, one of the infielders almost not holding them on. But
yeah, but with 2 outs, all they care about is the hitter. If he wants to steal third, fine. And of course, if you're the third baseman, eventually you will cover, but you got to wait till the ball gets through the hitting zone because your job is to defend. I mean, inning's over if Markakis makes an out. If he gets a base hit, the Orioles are going to take the lead. And again, the turning point of this game is when he worked the walk to get Tejada to the plate. And he swung. He actually struck out, and they get the extra call. And so the Orioles have had 2 calls tonight go their way. You like to hope that they will take advantage of it. They did it the first time. Markakis looked like he swung at a pitch. The third base umpire said he didn't, and Tejada hits the grand slam as he walks, and then it looks like Brian Roberts was out on the steal. Orioles get that call.
2-1 on Markakis. Nick tried to extend the hitting streak to 6 consecutive games. Leading the club with 70 RBIs. Tejada, who's on deck, now has 52 with his grand slam.
But, you know, I'm surprised that the ground crew has not put that turfus stuff around the bases. And, you know, normally that's something you do. You kind of put it in there. It absorbs rain. If it looks like it stopped right now. And it also allows you to maybe keep your cleats a little bit clearer of mud. Because if you're hitting, of course, you got to have good traction. And if you're pitching, that front leg, you got to push off. And then that front leg, if it moves a little bit or slides, that's the difference between throwing the ball in the middle of the plate on the corner.
You see the mud collecting on his cleats.
You know, so you usually get your sharpest pair of spikes. And, you know, go to the new ones. Tape up the toes so you don't get any blisters and go get them.
And there's another walk. Markakis on.
And nobody up in the bullpen, so you're going to get another good matchup. Or maybe they're, Chavez, I don't see anybody throwing. It looks like they're going to scurry around. And
well, Miguel Tejada came up with the bases loaded in the third, and the Orioles trailing 4-1. Rain coming down.
And he tries to cut a ball in, and he's all over it. Grand slam home run. 10th home run of the year for Miguel Tejada. There's 4 quick RBIs.
Now that is the 4th grand slam hit by the Orioles this year. Chris Gomez, who's now a member of the Cleveland Indians, hit 1. Ramon Hernandez has 1. Markakis has 1, and now Tejada. Well, here comes Miggy with Roberts at second, Markakis at first, and 2 men down. They're the runners in scoring position tonight. Seattle 2 out of 6. The Orioles are 2 out of 3.
Yeah, Tuesday night the Orioles went 3 for 15. And got beat 10-3. Had a 3-2 lead at one point. Could have expanded it, but then the bullpen just did not pitch up to their capabilities.
So Miggy's now hitting 4 straight games. And he takes a strike in the outside corner. Billy Crowley on the bench. Last 2 nights, neither team took batting practice on the field because of the heat. You wouldn't notice if you looked at the box scores. Checks a swing, takes low.
Well, the way Major League Baseball, with all the new ballparks, they all have the hitting tunnels. And you know, Terry Crowley talking about it today because he had some off time, guys hitting inside instead of, as you mentioned, out on the field. And he said, you know, before we had a lead bat. That was kind of what would happen if you had a rain delay or it was too hot or whatever the case may be. You know, now you can hit underneath. You can do a lot of things to get all the work you need in. Now, of course, if you do pitch here, you better do your running out on the field, and because it's very hard to run inside on a treadmill where it's 70 degrees and come out here and pitch in 95-degree temperature. That's why Traxel, who pitched the first night, pitched very well. And then even last night, Felix Hernandez and Guthrie struggled, but Hernandez got him into the late innings at age 21. Just by pretty much just saying, you know what, I'm going to stay out there and make you hit the ball. And they got him 8 runs and they won.
Bounce to first. Broussard has it. He'll go to the bag unassisted. And Horacio Ramirez works out of it. So a couple of walks, 2 men left. We played 5, deadlocked at 5. Get a look at our Nissan in-game box score as Seattle comes to bat in the top of the sixth in a tie game.
So again, 6 home runs in this series, and you can see the early lead. Ichiro gets a hit, Vidro gets a hit, Ibanez hits early, and then again with a solo home run. Jones, the rookie, a 5-tool player right out of AAA, he doubles and scores a tying run. So there is your Nissan in-game box score, and there's the Turfus stuff they put on.
You spoke of it, they heard.
Well, it's just something you usually do. I think the last thing you want to do is have one of your pitchers get hurt or hit or pull a hamstring coming out of the box and so forth.
Daniel with the
spats,
orange and white spikes tonight. Nice look. Well, fans, we invite you to come out to Oriole Park Saturday, August 25th, as former Oriole B.J. Surhoff will be inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame. That's prior to the game against the Twins at 7:05. B.J. will be honored in a special ceremony. And on Friday the 24th, the day before, you're invited to join the Orioles Advocates for a special luncheon honoring Surhoff, as well as former Oriole broadcaster Bill O'Donnell. For tickets or more information, call the Orioles at 888-848-BIRD or just get online at Orioles.com. Deserving honor for both B.J. Surhoff and Bill O'Donnell. Well, the fans now back in the lower bowl as the rain has just about stopped completely. And Cabrera completing his warm-up tosses after the mound was manicured, and we'll go to the 6th inning.
6 hits and 5 runs, and really, if you want to go back and look at the scorecard, there's probably about 2 balls hit real hard. The home run by Guillen and the double over the third base bag by Adam Jones. Now this guy can hit it real hard. Hit a home run solo shot against Daniel Cabrera up in Seattle in Daniel's last start.
Ben Broussard leads off, swings through it, 0-1. So there's a hitter looking for a fastball, not getting it, and badly missing on the swing.
Yeah, drafted by Cincinnati, went to the Indians, and of course he's one of those guys that, hit 400 his first year in A-ball.
Past the mound toward the middle, Tejada on the run, got him! Eyelash call at first base. 1 down. What a play by Tejada. That ball was in slow motion. He was waiting for it.
Well, a little hanging curveball, and if you've seen Cabrera pitch, he doesn't catch grounders. He just gets out of the way, and that's what he does right here, up the middle. Right here, nice throw. Ooh, very close. The Orioles have gotten every call tonight on the bases. So let's take a look. And Broussard does not run well. He's just more of a hitter. Now he's not going to get a whole lot of leg hits.
Adam Jones takes 2 tight. I think Kevin Millar may have bought that out with his footwork.
Yeah, well, he's pretty good at that. So let's see. Tina said he plays loud music. You think he can dance too? Probably. From Texas. I don't mean the 2-step either.
Well, he's from Texas now, but he grew up in California. Yeah. So he has, 2 styles of music he can dance to. There's another base hit for Jones. He's 2 out of 3.
Well, I'll tell you. How quick is this bat? Fastball hits it over the bag. You hang a curveball. This is kind of like the Jose Guillen home run, except watch this ball. Boom. Yeah, these are the type of guys you like to bring to the big leagues. The Baylors, the Gritches, the Ripkins, the Roberts, the Markakis.
Yeah, guys that when they get here, you hope they contribute and stick. Jamie Burke, bouncer to short, double play ball. Tejada has it deflect, and everybody's safe.
Well, he comes to get it, and when he comes to get it, he doesn't pick the right hop. He didn't have to hurry because it's a catcher running, but he does. I mean, it's routine double play balls. He's going to come. You can see him coming in, and the ball just comes up, doesn't catch it. There were a lot of shortstop. I mean, that's pretty routine. Looks like it hits him on the actual throwing hand, and it just bounced towards center field. And that type of play will get you talking to yourself. Leo Mazzoni out to tell Daniel Cabrera, you know what, it's not about you right here. It's just also, give a little time to the bullpen. Yeah, Jamie Walker, who came in on Tuesday night, ended up throwing a home run to Ibanez, who, hey, Raul Ibanez only 2 for 15, but he hung a slider, and Jamie Walker had 19 consecutive scoreless appearances, and that whole game turned around.
Well, when you play this team, you find yourself looking to see, well, how many more batters before Suzuki gets back up? And anytime there are men on base, you dread the situation with him coming up, and now he's on deck. So unless Cabrera is able to get a double play ball here, Suzuki will bat with runners on.
Well, year in and year out, he hits over 350 with runners in scoring position. He's hitting 375. So, he's a high average guy, and he got 262 hits and broke the all-time record held by George Sisler. And, every year he plays, he gets over 200 hits. He's done that 6 straight years and scores over 100 runs, but he hits in the clutch. Just when you lead off, you don't get that many RBI situations. Even though this year, you would think because Betancourt's had such a good year, he would have a few more opportunities. But that error, unless Cabrera can get Betancourt to hit him to double play, is probably going to bring Ichiro to the plate here.
And Cabrera falls behind 2-0 on the number 9 batter. There's a ground ball deflected in the right field for a base hit. Instead, Seattle will get the lead.
So they've done a really good job of hitting the ball where it's pitched. And, you asked me before the game, do hitting instructors talk about tendencies? Well, here's a guy, second year in the big leagues. He hit over 280 last year. 2-0, he's looking fastball, and watch what he gets. There's the target, ball right down the middle, and Daniel doesn't field his position, hardly ever. It's kind of a kick save into right field. And not only did they get the run, that brings Ichiro to the plate, and Dave Tremblay, because of the matchups, again, now you trail by a run, he's got to come out and make a pitching change.
So the double play not turned kept the inning going. Betancourt with a base hit off Cabrera's foot. Seattle has the lead back now 6-5, and they still have 2 men on and only 1 down in the inning. So Cabrera leaves 99 pitches. He's allowed 6 runs on the night, and Walker coming on to try to put out the fire. At Oriole Park, 6th inning, Seattle taking advantage of a botched double play ball that could have ended the inning. And the Mariners now the lead back, and Jamie Walker comes on to face Ichiro Suzuki, 1st and 3rd, 1 down.
Yeah, so he has a bad outing, hangs a slider, and he said, you know what, I got to get back out there, and those things happen. He's been very good for the Orioles. Ichiro, probably one of the few left-handers in baseball he has bad numbers against. He's only 2 for 10, even though he is hitting .339 against left-handed pitching. So runners at 1st and 3rd. You'd love to get a double play ball, but it doesn't happen too often. And the amazing thing about him, Jim, is you look, he's got 44 hits to left, 72 hits up the middle, and 43 hits to right.
Hanging breaking ball fouled off.
Yeah, that was similar to the one that Ibanez hit for the home run. And he's going to look. Well, of course, to put the ball in play because he does it so well, but also if you don't get the breaking ball down and away, he'll hit it right by the first baseman into right field.
Line drive, base hit, just a soft line drive over the head of Aubrey Huff. Tejada running it down to keep Betancourt at second base, and Seattle with a 2-run lead. So there's Suzuki with men on, just serves it over the head of Aubrey Huff for a single.
And he look at he's trying not to laugh because I'll tell you what, unbelievable. I mean, he hit it right off the end. This is Minnesota Fats. Right off the cue stick. Look at that. Phil Mickelson.
And of course, Huff has to play tight because of the speed. And earlier in the game, first inning, he was back. He hit it in front of him. Now he's in. He hits it over his head. Here's Vidro. Fly ball to right field. Markakis back on it. It's over his head, and it's against the scoreboard. Heading to third and being sent is Betancourt. And the throw comes in. Tejada has it. And that's an RBI double for Vidro and a 3-run inning for Seattle.
Well, the Mariners come in fourth in average. They are putting on a hitting clinic. If you don't make a good pitch, and that wasn't, that's a fastball belt high out over the plate, and Vidro looking to do exactly what you're supposed to do. Look where the ball is. Maybe a little bit too much of the plate. It's up a little bit, and it's a bullet off the scoreboard. You see Nick Markakis playing it as he can very well, but Vidro, what an approach. And now you have to walk Ian to try to set up a situation where you're going to try to get out of the inning or get a force play, possibly at home, with Ibanez coming up. Last time he faced Walker, hit a home run. And this is how you give up a lot of runs. You're trailing, you're trying to take away their offense, and you have to gamble. And we saw this time and time and time last year. It really hadn't happened too often this year. I mean, remember what? 9 runs or more 21 times after the All-Star break.
Well, Ibanez on Tuesday night faced Raul Ibanez, and here's the pitch Jim's talking about.
Yeah, 3-2 lead, and all of a sudden it's 4-3. The numbers supported it. Walker had been on a 19 scoreless appearance streak. Just didn't make a good pitch. And Ibanez already with a home run earlier in the game. And then last night hit another one.
Breaking ball for a strike on the inside corner. So the double play not turned, which could have ended the inning. And since the error on Tejada, 3 consecutive hits and the intentional walk. And Seattle has a 3-run lead.
Well, what you in essence do, you give them an extra out. And you force all these other things to happen. I mean, his routine double play just didn't turn it. There's no explanation for it. Wasn't a bad hop. You know, the ball was, thigh high, came up. You know, obviously there was urgency, tried to end the inning.
Swings through the slow breaking ball, 1-2. Toyota League leaders. Highest batting averages in the month of August. Seattle right at the top, and we certainly have seen that.
Well, they came
double-digit hits in all 3 games in this series.
They were hitting .405 the first 2 games.
Just off the plate, 2-2.
And even for Ibanez, of course, the home run on Tuesday, but this is a situation with a 3-run lead. Doesn't have to hit a home run. Fly ball will get another run. He doesn't want to strike out, doesn't want to pop up, or doesn't want to hit a double play ball. Walker wants him to do all those things.
And it's a base hit in the right field. Suzuki scores. Vidro held at third. It's a 4-run game. So Walker's given up 3 hits and a walk, and the Mariners once again have a 4-run lead. And they're about to bat around.
Yeah, just a fastball down and in. We saw this off Cabrera. All you do is get the bat head to it. It's hit sharply. Again, not trying to overswing, and of course this is what the Mariners done so well. And of course, when you make a mistake, they've hit 6 home runs in this series.
Well, Seattle had a 4-0 lead before the Orioles got 5 in the bottom of the third, and once again now a 4-run lead, leading at 9-5 as Beltre takes a strike, fooled by the changeup. High fly ball, shallow left center. Patterson moving in on the ball. Vidro tags. He's coming towards the plate, and Patterson throws to third base. So it's a sac fly and an RBI and a 10-5 lead. Wow, what a turnaround in this inning. Instead of a double play to end it, Brian Burris now getting loose in the Orioles bullpen. And a 5-5 game. The Mariners have put 5 runs on the board following the error. And here's Broussard with 2 on and 2 out. Takes a strike.
Well, you always talk about it, and we've just seen it happen. Good teams don't beat themselves. Well, you don't give them an extra out, and Miguel didn't mean to do it. It just didn't execute the double play ball.
High pop up. Brian Roberts backing up onto the outfield grass. Has it for the out, and the inning finally ends. But a big error. They bat around, 10 men up, and the Mariners now have a 10-5 lead. To you by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit southwest.com. By Corona. Kick back and relax with an ice-cold Corona. Relax responsibly. And by PNC Bank. PNC leading the way. Well, the Orioles trail 10-5. 5 runs in the 6th inning after the error. And Seattle really taking advantage of it. Some clutch hits. So Ramirez now was allowed 5 runs. Now is a 5-run cushion.
And again, he hasn't been hit particularly hard. What really happened was he made one mistake to Tejada after he walked Markakis to get to him. So they gave him a big lead. It was 4-0. It was 4-1, then 5-4. And of course, Seattle comes right back after the rain delay, ties it up, and then they add a 5-run 6th inning, and now all of a sudden he's in a position for the first time this year to win on the road.
And Millar fouls it off, 2 on the count. Huff on deck, then Hernandez.
And the bullpen up for Seattle. John McLaren again. This is a team with a half a game lead in the wild card. And it looks like Minnesota lost today. Detroit lost to Tampa Bay, and Cleveland ahead of the White Sox.
See Charlie Relaford pointing to the catcher, Jamie Burke. He was the one who requested time, so the pitcher had gone into the windup. Now Millar pops it up back of the plate. Burke coming back, hoping for a play, and he will run out of room. It's behind the screen, back in the crowd. The Orioles in this game have only 4 hits against Ramirez. As you look at Ryan Rowland-Smith, the left-hander from Australia, getting loose. And all 4 of the hits against Ramirez came in the 3rd inning rally. The only other base runners they've had in their other at-bats, walks.
And that inning really illustrates how quickly a game can get away from you. Hernandez grounded a single into left, and Roberts with one out singled into right, and broken bat base hit by Patterson to score a run, and then the walk and the grand slam, and all of a sudden you go from being ahead 4-0 to be trailing 5-4.
Millar battling here, has the count full 3-2. And it's outside, ball 4 and a leadoff walk. So walk number 5, Nissan in-game box score for the Birds as they bat here in the bottom of the 6th.
And you get the feeling as you look at, 1,000 RBI this week, 250th home run for Miguel Tejada, but I'll tell you what, he'd take them all back for being able to turn the double play ball as it led to the 5 runs. And, of course, the Orioles, I don't think this night offensively is over for them. Just that kind of game, you get the feeling.
Aubrey Huff rips a base hit into left field.
And he's going to force, Ramirez is going to force McLaren to come out and get him. And he's going to take any chance of winning out of his hands. It'll just be the bullpen's hands. They got a pretty good one. Better at the tail end than they are early on. I mean, because, you're going to bring a kid in that Ramirez has a lot more experience of, but, you force your manager to make this move, and that's what the Orioles are trying to do. Get Ramirez out of there, yet to win on the road. ERA of over 13 runs a game, and bring in the rookie, as you mentioned, from down under. Not the way he throws, but from Australia.
So Ryan Roland Smith comes on. Ramirez leaves with a 5-run lead. Orioles reach and all-star second baseman Brian Roberts in helping the kids at the University of Maryland Hospital for Children by attending this year's Brian's Baseball Bash. It comes up on Sunday, August 26th at 6 o'clock at the ESPN Zone in Baltimore's Inner Harbor. You can join Brian and some of his Orioles teammates as they help raise money for the hospital at what should be a sold-out event, so get your tickets early. 410-328-6064. You get to meet the players, games, silent auction, a good time for all in all for a good cause. So please come out and join us. That is on Sunday, August 26th, 6 o'clock at the ESPN Zone. So here's Ryan Roland Smith coming on.
Yeah, he'd been up and down, started the year at AAA Tacoma. So there are the numbers of just the other day. Came in, struck out Euclid, Ortiz, Veritek, and Rue, and the Red Sox were up in Seattle. So not a lot of walks, throws the ball over, more hits than innings pitched. And as John McLaren said, when they asked how he's going to use John Parrish, they said, Smith's an inning eater, and that's what he's trying to do now, get to the latter part of the bullpen and the latter part of the game.
Orioles have 2 on with none out. And that hits Ramon Hernandez. It hurts, but it loads the bases.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Ramon plunked. He'll take first base, and the bases are loaded with none down.
I talked to a lot of scouts, and they say maybe the difference is guys can't pitch in. Curveball for a strike, fastball hits him. Trying to come in, good idea, but bad execution.
Well, let's see. Losing sleep against Seattle. Fifth inning tie 2-2 and ended up 10-3. Now we're referring, of course, to pitching coaches and managers. The third inning tied 3-3. Well, Seattle won 8-4. And here's Jay Gibbons in a big spot. And in the game tonight, well, it was a 5-5 game. You don't turn to double play, and before you know it, Seattle rallies for a couple of clutch hits and a 10-5 lead. Of course, tonight there also is the 24-minute rain delay involved.
Yeah, this game not even close to being over.
Gibbons, high fly ball to center field. Suzuki back on it. It carries to the warning track, and he has it for the out. Millar will tag and score, and the other runners advance as well. Gibbons nearly hit it out, sac fly and an RBI, and the Orioles back within 4. Well, only the 6th inning, you chip away and hold them down. Shot to get back in it.
Yeah, one of those productive outs. It's not an at-bat. You get the RBI. You move the runners over. Obviously, you would like maybe a single, double, home run, whatever. But if you're going to make an out, that was the kind of out you wanted to make. Now, they will play in at first. Well, maybe they won't. Broussard's going to move back. He was. And of course, Beltry, very good. Not a lot of speed. Huff doesn't run well. And right now, Jay Payton he can get the Orioles within 3 just by hitting a routine fly ball to any kind of depth, even though all of these 3 outfielders have outstanding arms.
And the hit batsman helped the Orioles get that run because it forced Millar to third base, where he scored on the sac fly. That's in there for a strike. Roland Smith came up through the Seattle system last year. Most of the year was spent in Double-A. Born in Sydney, Australia. Fans now getting in the game, sensing an Oriole comeback. And Payton with a good eye takes 2-1. I'll tell you what, the last 2 at-bats, Jay has shown some patience that we don't often see. There's Sean Green getting loose. Right-hander. With the addition of John Parrish, who was traded today to Seattle by the Orioles. There's another one low. Seattle has a very unusual bullpen makeup. They now have 4 left-handers and 3 right-handers. And, of course, J.J. Putz is their closer. And there is John with his new teammates in the back bullpen.
Yeah, Mark Lowe was a kid that came up last year, had elbow surgery. They wanted to send him down and get some. You see, there's a ball 4 right there, and he hacks at it. So maybe not quite the discipline you'd like. But again, Mark Lowe is going back to the minor league. Parrish will take his spot. Chris Gomez off to Cleveland. They claimed him on waivers.
And John Parrish was claimed, and they were able to work out a trade. Jim Hoey called up from AAA. Tyke Redmond called up from AAA to take their spots. And there's ball 4.
So back-to-back walks for Jay Payton.
Right down this day. He had walked 17 times all year, and he walks twice in the game. And here's Chavez, the pitching coach, out for a chat. Well, the Orioles trying to get the big hit now after watching Seattle rally. Seattle got 5 hits in that 6th inning, and 4 of the hits came after the error. Orioles now with a chance to get right back in it. Aubrey Huff is at third. He's the lead runner. There's Ramon Hernandez at second. And Jay Payton now at first. So the speed increases as you go around the bases. And there's Miguel Tejada on the bench.
Well, even last night, the Orioles in the bottom of the 8th inning had the tying run at the plate after trailing. So Terry Crowley talking to Miguel Tejada, and we're talking about strategy. Maybe the fact don't let the fact you didn't turn the double play bother you. This game a long way from being over, and it is.
So that's the psychologist part of the batting coach's job,
of course.
Right there. There's Brian
Roberts.
Roberts.
Nobody wants to do better than Miguel.
Oh.
Yeah, he just, didn't turn a double play ball that he usually turns.
Brian takes a strike.
And you can see Smith, likes his off-speed stuff. A lot of changeups, a lot of curveballs. One fastball he threw, he ended up hitting Ramon Hernandez.
High fly ball, center field and deep. Suzuki back on it, and he makes the catch for the out. Here comes Aubrey Huff to tag. So the Orioles get 2 back in the inning, and it's 10-7. Well, Roberts delivers 2 sac flies in the inning, and once again it's a 3-run game, and the Birds are right back in it.
So now it's almost an ideal situation as you look at Bryan getting high 5. Patterson hits lefties better than righties. The right-hander Sean Green doesn't get lefties out very well. You're not bringing him in. So you got a chance right now with good speed at first base. Double's going to get you within 1.
And Broussard playing behind Payton at first base, so Jay's getting a good lead. Hernandez, small lead off second base. Fouls back a hanger.
Yeah, that's your home run pitch. He looks unfazed, but he just missed a 3-run home run by about a quarter of an inch.
Ryan Roland Smith, at one point in his career as a Mariner minor leaguer, was claimed by Minnesota. He was claimed in the Rule 5 draft, but he did not make the Twins team, so he had to be returned to the Seattle Mariners, and they were happy to get him back.
Yeah, but really, the first couple of years, a starting pitcher, and then they figured, you know what, maybe his stuff is more suitable if he can get lefties out to be a situational guy.
Patterson pops it up. The second baseman Vidro backing up. Grabs it for the out. Seattle gets out of it very inexpensively, but the Orioles back in it. It's a 3-run game through 6. Five-run top of the 6th. The Orioles chipped 2 off that in the bottom of the 6th. Seattle leaves. They head to Chicago. Boston comes in beginning tomorrow night for a 3-game set. Matsusaka against Bedard. Beckett scheduled against Burris Saturday. Schilling scheduled against Traxel Sunday. And that Saturday start likely will have a different starter because here is Brian Burris.
Yeah, he came out of his start not particularly pleased with his performance on Saturday night up against Tampa. Everything was flat. And, he said he felt pretty good in the bullpen, and then he got in the game, just couldn't execute his pitches. So a chance, I would imagine, unless he's only going to pitch an inning here, that he will not be the starter. But again, you're only 3 runs down. You have 9 more outs. 3 more innings to score some runs. And this guy again.
He's the right-handed version of Ichiro Suzuki. Hate to see him come up. Adam Jones takes low.
Well, you really do like to see guys like this come up in a sense because this is what baseball is all about. I mean,
22 years old, just turned 22.
Yeah, all these natural gifts, trying to figure out to take those natural abilities and learn the baseball skills. So he's doubled and singled and grounded out. And thrown out Brian Roberts on a double play ball and a fly ball to left. It reminds me when we won the World Series in '66, Walter Shannon was our farm director, and he said, I don't think we're going to have a chance to draft this Jackson kid that goes to ASU. And I said, well, I work out there. He said, Adam Jones is going to take the walk. He said, well, if you see him, call me, or, I'll see you this winter and tell me about Reggie Jackson. So I see an inter-squad game. Gary Gentry, who actually beat us for the Mets, he's pitching an inter-squad game against, the other part of the ASU team. Reggie, he singles, steals the base, triples, homers, singles, steals another base, and throws a guy out from center field trying to go from first to third. So I see Walter Shannon, and he said, what'd you think? I said, I see why we're not going to draft him.
Burris will get it to Roberts at first as the Mariners playing for an insurance run after the leadoff walk. So Jamie Burke lays down the sacrifice and one away.
So you see a guy like Adam Jones, and you wonder if maybe this guy is going to be another guy like Reggie Jackson. He's got a better arm. Looks like he's going to be a better outfielder. I don't know if he's going to hit 583 home runs. That's probably doubtful, but it's good to see young players come into the league because they make the game even better.
Well, and he did what a prospect is supposed to do. He made them notice him.
Yep.
He went down to AAA and hit 25 home runs, dominated his league, and forced the issue. He certainly got John McLaren's attention because McLaren was the one that really pushed to get him up here because he knows he can help. Here's Betancourt, the number 9 batter, with guess who on deck. So Burris coming into the game tonight. There's Suzuki. He'll bat next. Jones back to the bag as Burris bluffed. So now you wonder who will start on Saturday. Here's the lead. Jones trying to get a secondary lead, and Roberts snuck in behind him. There's a breaking ball for a strike, 0-1. Now, Garrett Olson pitched last night for AAA Norfolk, and for the second time in his last 2 starts, he has started a game, then there was a rain delay, and he couldn't come back after the rain delay. And last night he worked only 2 innings on 37 pitches. It's low. Traxel, you would think, would not be able to pitch on Saturday because he worked Tuesday. That would be on short rest. Guthrie worked last night. There's Traxel. I did see Traxel heading to the bullpen today for a side session, but today's only Thursday. I don't know if that would affect it. So it would either have to be Traxel on short rest or maybe Olson coming back from AAA now that Burris is in the game. Unless this is just a one-inning appearance and he bounces back Saturday.
Exactly. But I don't think, considering the fact that they think when he pitches every 5th day that maybe too frail and he's better with more rest, that they would do that against the Red Sox, but you just never know. That's their decision.
Line drive and a base hit in the left field. So Jones will score easily as Payton runs it down. Betancourt is going for 2, and the throw will not be in time. It was closer than it looked. So the Mariners come right back, get another run as Betancourt has a 3 RBI night in that number 9 spot.
Well, the walk and then a hanging breaking ball. I don't know, it's a changeup. You can see Brian Burris just kind of yell at himself. Change up or something up in the strike zone, and Betancourt, Andy McPhail was saying, how about a guy like Betancourt hitting 9th? And of course, he came in with runners in scoring position over 350. So back-to-back guys, 9th, and then this guy, Ichiro.
There goes the runner, pitch taken, throw to third. He is out at third base.
Yeah, it seemed like a good idea until Ramon throws you out from his knees. Well, they're going to congratulate him on the double, but not on the base running. Already in scoring position. You better make it. And then he does it. Nice throw by Ramon and Hernandez. And yeah.
Well, the low jack caught stealing. There's a tapper towards the mound. Burris will have to hurry and pass Millar down the line. And Suzuki will head to second base. Tough play. And now Suzuki is being called out by Charlie Relaford.
Well, he must have been out of the 45-foot line. And if you do, you interfere with the first baseman. The inability, if you're a pitcher, to throw the ball out, John McLaren's going to talk to him. So the 45-foot line, and you can see Ichiro, he's inside the line, and That's why they call him out. Heads-up play by Charlie Relaford. And I would imagine that Ramon Hernandez is yelling this. See, so here's your 45-foot line, and he's going to be on this side. Now, if that only had happened in the '69 World Series, things could have changed.
So we'll head to the bottom of the seventh inning stretch, 11-7 Seattle. Play Megabucks Jackpot, the new scratch-off game from the Maryland Lottery, with 37 chances to win and a top prize of $1 million. It's Megatastic. The Maryland Lottery. Let yourself play. The O's half of the seventh inning is brought to you by Jack Daniel's Old Number 7. We wait until each barrel is just the right age, and you should too. Drink responsibly. Well, once again, it's a 4-run cushion for Seattle. The Mariners in this series, they've now had 25 at-bats. The first 2 games in 7 innings through tonight, and they have scored in 15 of those innings. 15 of the 25 innings they have had at-bats, they have scored a run. Markakis leads off in the Orioles 7th, takes ball 1.
Yeah, 29 runs so far. Of course, still anybody's game. I mean, this is the game of big innings. Mariners get 3 in the first. Orioles come back with 5 in the third. And, of course, the Mariners get 5 in the 6th inning. Orioles come back with 2.
Well, the top half of the 7th got started with a 4-pitch walk. There is Sean Green getting loose once again. Markakis ahead here, leading off in the Orioles 7th. 3-0. Takes a strike. Tejada on deck. Millar behind Tejada. Pulled down the right field line. Hooking foul in the corner.
A nice swing by Nick. Fastball count. Got it. Just a little bit quick. Of course, Ryan Rowland Smith just trying to throw a strike, and he doesn't have the kind of stuff to be able to do that. He's got to trick you. He's yet to throw a ball over 89 miles per hour, so fastball counts are not his friend.
Markakis to center field. Suzuki back on it. Still going back. Reaches up, and it's off his glove and in play. Markakis heading towards second. He makes the turn. He's going to third. Here's the throw. It is not in time. And a leadoff triple for Markakis.
Yeah, Ichiro trying to do a little Willie Mays, but there was only one of them. The old basket catch, the Vic Wertz style, 54 World Series over your shoulder. See, the ball turns. Now he's got to look the other way. Just doesn't get it in the glove. Got there. And Nick Markakis, he's not thinking double. He's thinking triple. This is what you want if you're Dave Tremblay. Run the balls out. There we go. And turn it on. Much better chance of scoring at third than at second.
Well, John McLaren out again. He'll go to the bullpen. Roland Smith is done. Tejada and Millar the next two hitters, so he'll go to the right-hander as Dave Tremblay looks on. Well, Sean Green coming on. Suzuki had to go off his glove, and the Orioles have a man at third in the seventh. Lost today, so that helped out Seattle. The Mariners now with a 2-game edge in the loss column, a half game in the standings. Yankees idle. They'll be in Cleveland this weekend. Minnesota 5.5 out, and the Blue Jays are 6 back, now back a game above 500 with their win over the Yankees last night. Here's Sean Green.
Yeah, the Orioles saw him on Tuesday, 2-0 on the road, 3-1 at home. ERA of a little bit under 2.4 runs on the road, so he's been outstanding. Righties hitting about 250, lefties hitting 333, so got a couple of right-handers coming up. And then the Yankees, of course, the Yankees have 17 of their next 20 games against 4 of the best teams in the American League. So the Mariners, these are big wins. The Yankees play the Indians and the Orioles and the Tigers at home, and then they go on the road, 7-game road trip, playing the Angels and the Tigers. So pretty important time of the year for them.
And Tejada towards shortstop. Betancourt has it. Fires to first. Markakis scores. Tejada has the RBI ground out. It's now 11-8.
And Miguel says, thank you very much for getting the triple. 11-7 lead, now 11-8. He's still thinking about the double play ball he wasn't able to turn. About a 5-run swing in this game. And even though he's had a pretty nice night, 5 RBIs, grand slam for 4 of them. So you drive in 5 and give up 5 in a way. Not that he meant to do that, but.
Millar now with the bases empty and 1 down. So Ramirez goes 5 innings. He allows 7 runs on 5 hits. Roland Smith 1 inning, 1 run on 1 hit. And now to Sean Green.
So he was pretty much right on that 0-3 with a 13.72 ERA on the road for Ramirez. Which the one big swing was the grand slam after he walked Markakis, and Tejada in the rain put the Orioles ahead.
Millar fouls it off to even the count at 2-2.
Well, J.J. Putz got the save last night. Said he didn't really think it was ever going to come down to that. Probably thinks the same thing tonight if he ends up trying to come in here. Nice slider to Kevin Millar. He'll kick the dirt.
So 2 down as Green retires Tejada and Millar back to back. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Baltimore Orioles and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Baltimore Orioles. And here's Aubrey Huff, 2 down and the bases empty. And a Tapper foul. Huff with a single his last at bat scored a run. He's extended his hitting streak to 6 straight games. There's a strike, and it's quickly 0-2. Of course, now you're into the part of the bullpen that Seattle has excelled. When we get to the 7th inning on, the back end of this bullpen is very good.
Well, you got a left-handed specialist in George Sherrill. The lefty's hitting somewhere around 135 against him, and then you get your closer who's had 2 blown saves, and they've come in the last couple of weeks. At one point was 31 out of 31.
Well, the Mariners starters have 39 wins. The Mariners bullpen has 23 wins, which is most in the American League. There's a tapper past the mound towards second. Vidro plays the big hop, and he gets Aubrey Huff for the out. So the Orioles get a run back. Green comes on, retires 3 straight. It's 11-8. Text in your vote for the AT&T Player of the Game. Here are the candidates tonight. Miguel Tejada, Grand Slam, 5 RBIs. Rafael Betancourt, who's had 3 RBIs in the number 9 spot. Or Jose Guillen, who has been hit by a pitch and scored home run. He's also walked. Text in your vote now. Have your voice heard. Text in A, B, or C to Oriole, 674-653. Here's Jose Vidro leading off. 8th inning. Burris stays on. Vidro's now hitting 11 straight games. He has 2 hits tonight, and Burris misses away 1-0. Kind of amazing that if you're the Orioles, you have 8 runs and you're trailing by 3. Each team has had a 5-run inning in this game. Line to right field. Markakis in on the ball. Makes a diving catch. Takes a base hit away from Vidro. 1 down.
Yeah, the last time Vidro came, he hit it over his head off the scoreboard. So again, a big swing, but off the end of the bat. And Nick, maybe a little drop step where you get your weight going back, but then come in hard. And seen him do this year in and year out the last couple of years. Nice sliding catches. Able to get the glove off the turf to catch it.
Jose Guillen takes low. Off the end of the bat to left field. Jay Payton there. And 2 men down. Well, Burris allowed a run last inning. Leadoff walk got him in trouble. And he gets the first 2 here in the 8th. Here's Raul Ibanez. Banez, 2 more RBI hits in this game tonight.
So 7 for 13 base on balls tonight. 3 home runs. 6 RBIs on the series.
Check swing, and he went too far. 1-1 on Ibanez. 35 years old in his 12th season. He's a guy that really worked hard to become a very productive hitter. I mean, you're a 36th round draft pick. You're not really getting noticed.
He was going to be a catcher and then moved to the outfield.
Over but low.
You can see again a lot of mud because of the rain delay and raining throughout the early part of this game.
Burris on for his second inning of work. Third pitcher used by the Orioles tonight. Fouls it back. Cabrera went 5 1/3, 8 runs, 7 of those earned. Jamie Walker 2/3. He allowed 2 earned runs. And Brian Burris has allowed 1 run and now an inning and 2/3.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday. I said, boy, you got to start hanging with Mike Flanagan. Work on your move a little bit. Work on the 2-seamer, something that Mike started throwing when he became a reliever. Because Brian has 4 pitches. But doesn't throw a lot of 2-seam fastballs. And if you're a 4-seam fastball pitcher and you're a starter and your fastball's flat and you're not overpowering, you got to make an adjustment. And Leo Mazzoni's saying, yeah, a 2-seamer might work. Mike Flanagan said that what all good left-handed hitters have in common is they cover the outside part of the plate well. I mean, we're talking the Boggses and the Mattinglys, people like that, Paul O'Neill. So the 2-seamer down and in, a lot of them will roll over, a lot of ground balls. And there's one right there. And again, a lot of times you go out there and you don't have your A+ stuff, and it's not that you really turn the ball over, it's just get a little different movement. So it gives the hitter a different look. And it's just something in case you're not at your best. You can still somehow get into the 6th, 7th inning and give your team a chance to win. Changeup misses low.
Well, the count full, 3-2. You read different scouting reports, and a lot of scouts believe his best role would be as a reliever, where he could get in there a couple of days a week. And Banez works the 2-out walk. That's the second walk allowed by Brian Burris.
Yeah, I think the only problem is the one thing I see is that when he really struggles, it's fastball command, and it's hard to have good fastball command when you're not pitching as frequently. I mean, the ideal thing, I guess, as a starter is, you get the pitch on Sunday, you take Monday off, you throw Tuesday, Wednesday if you're in Leo Mazzoni's program, take Thursday off, pitch Friday. So you can work, you can play catch in the outfield. David Wells, who, as we mentioned, got designated for assignment at age 44, wouldn't throw on the side, but when he played catch, he kind of how the ball came off his fingers, turning it over a little bit, just kind of get the touch and feel that pitchers that are going to pitch well have. And that's why Leo Mazzoni, when he became the pitching coach for Bobby Cox in Atlanta, said instead of throwing just one time, if you're on a 5-man rotation, you'll throw twice to try to get you out on the mound and feel where your pitches are and you release points and all the important factors in being successful.
2-0 on Beltre. There's a strike at the knees.
Of course, people in the organization, the Braves organization, said, Leo, you're crazy. It's not going to work. Well, it worked. And I think people forget that Tom Glavine just won his 300th game. One year was 7-17.
All 3.
And Maddox was 8-16 with the Cubs, and then learned to throw a changeup.
Well, in your era, so if you pitch Monday, your next start would be Friday. Which day would you throw? Would it be Wednesday?
Well, if I pitched on Monday, I'd take Tuesday off, throw Wednesday, and pitch Friday. 3 days. Now you get that extra
Saturday,
day.
yeah.
But the problem is, what do you do the other day? Just sit there and be bored?
Well,
it's so much better to be out there every 4th day.
The industry has conditioned the pitchers to believe that 5-man rotations are the better way, and if you have short rest, you won't be as effective.
Well, if you're only, I mean, the Orioles starters are averaging a little bit under 6 innings per start.
3-2, high fly ball to right field. Markakis a long run towards the corner, and he gets there for the out. The Burris gets out of it. 2-out walk, a man left. Bottom of the 8th coming up, with the Birds down by 3.
Hit a grand slam home run in the 3rd inning, but it wasn't enough. Daniel Cabrera lasted 5 1/3 innings, but gave up 6 runs, and now the Orioles are down 11-8 in the bottom of the 8th. And we'll talk all about it on O's Extra Postgame Show, brought to you by ChevyFirst.com. Right after the game, it's right here on MASN. We'll have Tom and Rick break down all the action. I'll have all the postgame interviews. That's right here on MASN, where we have all the access you need. Jim?
All right, Amber, thank you very much. There's Jose Lopez comes off the bench. He was given most of the night off. So better defense, up by 3 with the Orioles have 2 at-bats left. Here's Ramon Hernandez leading off, and he fouls it back.
Yeah, he's got a .992 fielding percentage at second base. Only 4 errors. There's Jose Lopez. So, Vidro, you let him drive some runs in, and you put Jose, who is their regular second baseman. He's been struggling, though. A little bit over 160 since the All-Star break. And of course, you got Betancourt tuning it up and Lopez tuning it down offensively, but he's the guy you want in there with a 3-run lead. Orioles, a couple guys on, just like last night, get the tying run to the plate, and there's a good breaking ball, low and away for strike 2.
Ramon disagreed.
Well, it's been a big strike zone. That's all right. Been very consistent all night long.
And down on strikes he goes.
But hitters will tell you, though, if you get the borderline pitch called a strike, and apparently Ramon thought that, and it's strike 2, that sometimes that will cause you to expand the strike zone and chase outside the zone, and that's exactly what it is. Now, you got to credit Sean Green for making a great pitch, because if he hangs it, he might have gotten a base hit. There's the lefty specialist.
George Sherrill getting loose. And there is Tyke Redmond on deck to bat for Jay Payton to make his Oriole debut. Jay Gibbons takes a strike. Slap foul.
Well, you certainly hope that, I know this sounds negative, but you certainly hope that, if Jay has the shoulder problem last year, hyperextended his leg diving for that inside the Parker off the bat of Vladimir Guerrero, that this is one of the reasons why he's had an off year. Because, under contract for 2 years, important part of this offense. If he hits 25 to 35 home runs, he'd be the guy in this offense. But he hadn't been able to do that this year for whatever the reason.
There's a base hit to left field. So very good approach.
Yeah. Well, that's the old Jay Gibbons. You know, you throw him away, he can drive it that way. I mean, not only for singles, but we're talking hit the ball hard to left field. How many times against his old team, Toronto, would he homer to left center, down the left field line? It's also one of the reasons that Sean Green doesn't get lefties out. He's much more effective against righties. Lefty's hitting over 333, and here comes another one. So John McLaren, who's worn a path to the mound tonight. Between him and Rafael Chavez, the pitching coach, they've been out there, I don't know, what do you think, about 7 times? 8 times? Yeah.
So Green will leave, and Sherrill will come on to face Redmond. The Orioles still have Melvin Moore on the bench. And Sherrill will come on. We'll see if the Orioles stick with Redmond or will they go to Moore, and it looks like they will switch. So Sherrill coming on. The Orioles down by 3. Man on, 1 down in the 8th. So Tyke Redmond was announced as the pinch hitter. Seattle makes the pitching change. Bench coach Tom Troublehorn reports, Tyke, well, we're going to pinch hit for you. We want the righty-lefty matchup. So Tyke Redmond's Oriole debut consisted of a walk to home plate to get announced as the newest Oriole. But that's baseball. You play the matchups.
That you do. Melvin Moore with 4 hits over the last 3 nights. Sherrill lights out against lefties, having one of those great years. And he's their left-handed specialist out of the bullpen. If you were with us the last couple of nights, he's pitched in all 3 games. 4 independent leagues to eventually get to the major leagues, and he's done a nice job for him.
Well, Melvin comes up 4 out of 7 in the series. He has a 3-game hitting streak going. Just activated Sunday from the disabled list.
And he went deep, hit a home run. One of the 3 Oriole home runs.
Fouls it back, down on the count, 0-2.
Now pinch hitting a little bit different. You don't want to get the 2 strikes, but he is.
Be interesting to see what the Orioles do defensively. Will they have Brandon Fahey go to left, or will they somehow keep Mora in the game? Aubrey Huff tonight started at third base.
Well, Melvin used to play the outfield. Like the year he came here, he played center field and shortstop for the Orioles.
And he's down on strikes, 2 away. So Mora comes off the bench and strikes out.
Yeah, got ahead of him and just the high heater. I think Melvin was hoping that maybe he foul tipped it and it came out of the glove. Might have done that. And Sherrill doesn't mess around. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. Yeah, it is a foul tip. That's why Melvin was looking back.
And there's Tyke. He was so close to an at-bat.
Yeah, but.
Well, maybe he'll start tomorrow against the right-hander.
Well, they're going to have 3 righties.
Matsuzaka.
Yeah, you got Dice K, and then you got Beckett. Whoa. You got Beckett, and then you got Schilling. So I would imagine that he would probably play in at least one of those games. And, of course, you know, unless Jay Payton. Look at this. That's why you better pay attention. You know, I didn't realize this, but Juan Samuel was telling me last year he was actually managing. And up in Binghamton, and his pitching coach reached in front of him, and when he put the phone down, he got hit in the face and had to have his whole left side of his face reconstructed.
Wow.
Yeah, just sitting in the dugout. So whether you're a fan or here's Gary Thurman moving his defense. They moved Guillen in a little bit in right field. And you just don't realize whether you're a fan or you're an on-base coach or sitting in the dugout. I'll tell you, Crowley one year, Tony Horton hit one into the dugout, and Crow missed a couple of games, took it off. Everybody got out of the way except Crow. Hit him in the side of the head.
Outside ball 3. Well, it might not be very comfortable, but if I was coaching at first or third in the big leagues, I'd wear a batting helmet with 2 flaps because you never know.
Yeah, well, you're right. And you know, Sammy Mejia's down at first, and you know, you third base, and you know, sometimes you're trying to get a better angle to see, you know, whether an infielder can catch the ball. You move up towards home plate. You get a guy like Millar hooking balls down at you. I was in Elmira. I still remember Tug McGraw was pitching for the Mets. And we were in Elmira. I was playing for Cal Ripken Sr., and I was coaching first, and a guy hooked the line drive down, and you don't know where to go. I mean, his best shot. I saw Reggie Smith do that off Davey Leonard into the dugout in Boston, hit one of those green poles.
And Roberts works the walk.
There you go.
That gets the tying run to the plate. And Roberts, you can see how patient he was in that at-bat. Once he got ahead, he was going to force Sherrill to throw back-to-back strikes. He got one, but not the second. Here's Corey Patterson now, coming up as the tying run.
And remember, he doesn't hit a lot of home runs off left-handers, but he hits for an average much better. 2 of his home runs against left-handed pitching this year.
Gibbons at second, Roberts at first, 2 down. Curveball bends in for a strike.
"19 runs, 19 hits so far." One of those so far games.
Fastball too tight. It's amazing when you look that Seattle has 11 runs, and this game likely will come down to its closer.
Yep.
Brandon Morrow is up.
And Morrow in last night and walked a bunch of guys. Hard throwing rookie.
2-1 on Corey Patterson. Ramirez, the starter, walked 5. Roland Smith, the first reliever, walked 1 and hit 1. And now Sherrill has walked 1. So 7 walks and a hit batter in this game. Markakis waits on deck. Fouls it back. 2-2 on Corey Patterson. Of course, with Brian Roberts at first base, a gapper could score 2 because he'll be running on the swing with 2 men down. Danny Baez getting loose to work in the top of the 9th inning. Gibbons the lead runner, Roberts the trail runner, not being held, getting a good lead. Fouled off.
And they play him a couple of steps to right field. So if he hits one up the left center field gap, Suzuki, even though he was late on that fastball, you can see him. And if you're a center field, there is Ichiro. You got to play on one side or the other. So he's not overplaying him. But again, any ball hit the left center is going to be slicing away from him. Of course, he does. And then right now, Thurman's going, okay, let's move the left fielder over. So now Jones, who can go get him.
Fisted foul to stay alive. Corey with 1 hit tonight. He's 1 out of 4. Has extended his hitting streak to 5 straight.
So they're actually playing Corey to pull.
There you see Jones moved over a few steps towards left center. And Sherrill battling Corey Patterson, 2-2.
Yeah, only 13 of his hits are to left field.
And he got him. Big, slow curveball that he couldn't reach. So the Orioles rally comes up short. A hit, a walk, 2 men left. We head to the 9th, 11-8 Seattle. Baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit southwest.com.
That's right. Farther and farther, get an exit row and go for it. Brandon Fahey in left field. So there answers the riddle. Melvin Moore will strike out as a pinch hitter, and Brandon Fahey will come in left. Not that Melvin couldn't play left, but he hadn't done it for a while. Danny Baez coming on. He is the closer of sorts now.
He comes in down by 3, needs an inning of work.
Yeah, hopefully they will get to use him with a lead or 2 in the Red Sox series.
It's his first appearance in this series, and the Middies are getting ready for the trip back to Annapolis. Melvin has not played in the outfield for the Orioles since the 2003 season. And Broussard greets Baez with a base hit to left field. Fahey tested right away, gets it back in. So J.J. Putz with a 3-game lead. So Putz getting ready to pitch the bottom of the 9th to earn the save. Whereas Seattle will try to get an insurance run to make this a non-save situation. At the moment leading by 3, it would be a save situation.
Yeah, so Adam Jones, let's see. Well, we know he can double. He did that. He can single. I don't know if they're going to ask him to bunt. Probably never bunted down at AAA Tacoma this year.
I would imagine he was a number 3 or 4 hole hitter.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, yeah. We had a young pitcher actually hailed from Baltimore, a guy named Greg Arnold. Really had a great arm. He had Harry Malberg was that ball hit hard. Maybe broke his bat. But anyway, he was the manager, and Greg Arnold had a 3-run home run. He'd give him the bunt side. He'd go, I'm not bunting. I'm hitting 3-run home runs. And he wouldn't bunt. A ball.
How far did he get?
Not too far. He could do a great Elvis impersonation, and he could do Brooks playing third because he, grew up in Baltimore and idolized Brooks Robinson and so many people.
There's another base hit. That's why you don't bunt them. Broussard's going to make the turn and go towards third. Fahey bobbled the ball, so he fires back into second base. So Baez has come on. He's given up back-to-back hits as Seattle looks for an insurance run, and they got a good chance to get that run now with runners on the corners and none down. Yeah, 3-hit night for Jones.
One hard hit ball, Broussard, and then kind of fought it off and get an idea that, tremendous bat speed, able to get the bat into a good hitting position, even though the ball's up on his fist. And Jamie Burke, pretty nice night, sacrifice bunt. Anytime you catch and on a rainy night, got crossed up a couple of times. Done a nice job as a backup. You can see the average over 300, and that breaking ball hit him. Gets under it.
So that'll load the bases.
As he really wraps his slider and throws it way behind him instead of out in front. He was able to a much sharper breaking ball, and you can see right there. Burke's kind of, trying to keep the front shoulder in, and then seeing that ball is at him, unable to get out of the way. So Betancourt a chance to have a pretty special evening already with 3 RBIs.
Hernandez out to talk with Baez. They have to change the signs with the runner at second base. Tejada comes in to listen in. So there's the lead runner, Broussard. Jones is at second, and Jamie Burke, the catcher, now on at first.
Well, tough stretch for the Orioles. If they would lose tonight, it'd be the first time they've left 3 in a row under Dave Tremblay. Took over for Sam Palazzo, and then, of course, the Red Sox are coming in, and then the Orioles go up to New York and then Toronto. So tough part of the schedule.
Outside, 1-0.
A better slider, but it doesn't get the call.
2. Kurt Berkins is now getting loose for the Orioles. Jim Hoey was expected to join the team in time for the game. Swing and a miss. Redmond was notified earlier, so he got here before the game. There's Kurt Berkins.
Oh, why didn't he bring Jim?
Well, maybe they were still working on the trade.
I know. Can I hitch a ride?
You don't want to tip your hand. Tapper towards third. That is a foul ball. Maybe think about that. If you tell the guy who's coming up before you tell the guy who's traded, what if somebody talks? Well, let's say Jim Hoey calls John Parrish and says, hey, good luck. Yeah, that's how the move works.
No, I mean, my point was, I understand that, but my point was if one guy could get from Norfolk, the other,
okay.
You would think the other guy could get there. There's John Parrish. Changed dugouts and clubhouses. And of course, John to the right, and Jim Slayton, longtime Major League pitcher, their bullpen coach.
High pop-up out behind second base. Patterson in. He makes the grab, and the runner bluffs coming home as Patterson fires to the plate. So not deep enough to get a run in off the bat of Betancourt. And one man down. Bases remain loaded. When an Oriole pitcher records a strikeout this season, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield makes a $25 donation to the YMCA of Central Maryland's Y Healthy Kids program. Congratulations to Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield on the K's for Kids program. And guess who's coming up? Bases loaded, one down, Suzuki, who has 2 hits on the night. He has hits in each game in this series.
Yeah, he had one of the softest singles that you've ever seen off of Jamie Walker in the 6th inning. A little flare right over Aubrey Huff's head at third base. Never even made the grass. Like a little 60-degree wedge. Up and down.
Baseball's amazing. Jamie made a good pitch.
Yeah, well.
Ended up being a hit because of where he hit it. 1-1 the count on Suzuki. So runs out there are huge. The 3-run deficit. Seattle trying to tag on even one to make it a 4-run lead. Ground ball base hit left field. Broussard will score. Jones being sent. Fahey's throw to the plate is cut off. It is a 2-run single for Suzuki and a 13-8 lead for Seattle.
Well, 3 straight games with 3 hits for Ichiro. The magic wand once again. Not a bad pitch, but even a better approach. He just covers the outside corner, hits it sharply. And here's Huff playing in, trying to cut off a run, hits it right by him.
It's not supposed to be that easy. He makes it look that way. You pitch him out there, he just slaps it through the hole. Jose Lopez batting for a first time, so takes a curveball for a strike.
Didn't he lead the league in Japan? And I remember when he came over, Brady Anderson said after he led the Japanese leagues in batting 7 straight years, you could take probably the greatest American hitter, send him over there, and he may not do that. That's how good he was there. Gold Glove every year, all the hits. I mean, it was just a marvelous, also if you look at, great, Seattle, very close to Japan, international city, a lot of Asian population, very popular. Games going over there, great for your franchise.
Well, by not trying to do too much at the plate, he accomplishes a lot. I mean, it's an interesting approach, and you wonder why more hitters don't follow that, where he obviously has great hand-eye coordination. He makes tremendous contact. He rarely swings and misses. If he doesn't put it in play, he fouls it off. But he puts the ball in play where he's pitched. All he's trying to do is get on base.
And he has great speed, and his style allows him to get out of the box quickly. But I am sure, just as there was with Wade Boggs, that there are critics saying, well, he doesn't hit enough home runs, doesn't drive in enough runs. Well, he hits number 1. His on base, he came into this game hitting .375 with runners in scoring position. So obviously he's hitting 30 points higher than his regular average, which is, second in the league with runners in scoring position. So he drives in the guys. He just doesn't have a lot of opportunities.
Well, and again, if he wanted to, if they dropped him down in the order and they asked him to hit for more power, he probably could. And he certainly hits them out in batting practice.
Yep, and then he also runs them down in the outfield. 6 straight Gold Gloves over here. Danny Baez not being able to get on top of the breaking ball. What's the last thing when you've been pitching well and, after pretty good April, horrible May, disable list in June with forearm problems, come back and not be able to focus in a game where you want to keep your team close.
Lopez battling here.
Yeah, Jose, we told you he's only hitting .169 since the All-Star game. So, but again, a very, very good defensive player.
Pops it up back of the plate. Ramon Hernandez with the mask off. We'll watch it go back in the crowd.
Yeah, Lopez is a pretty big guy, and when we were out in Seattle, I said to Jeff Pentland, their hitting instructor, I said, a lot of people think he's going to hit home runs. He said, that's exactly what we don't want him to do. Safeco Field, a huge ballpark. You have to hit the ball up the gaps. Hit those line drives.
Really battling here to stay alive. So 2 runs in to make it 13-8. This has been a tough series for the Orioles pitchers. 10 runs on Tuesday night, 8 runs last night, and 13 runs tonight for Seattle.
Well, this is a 2006 series.
Broken back ground ball to third. It is foul. The barrel ends up in play.
Well, their bats are tired. They've scored so many runs in this series.
15 hits tonight, 15 hits last night, 19 hits on Tuesday. And in the 6th inning, following the error that might have ended the inning, they got 4 hits, taking advantage of the extra outs and the extra base runners.
And there's the villain, their hitting instructor.
Lopez really battling here to stay alive.
So Jeff Pentland, he gets Barry Bonds, he gets Sheffield, he gets to work with Sosa. He hits 60 plus 3 straight years. It's Sammy to realize that you can wait a little longer and drive the ball over the right center field fence. He had Bonds at college at ASU.
Tapper past the mound. Tejada will get it to first to get the out 2 down. The other runners advance. So finally a 6-3 ground out. 2 men down. Burke goes to third. Suzuki to second. Brian Roberts talking with his fellow All-Star, Ichiro Suzuki. See, Ichiro understands.
Oh, he talks. And I'm sure that Brian's wishing him well because they will go to Chicago and chase down this American League West division. I mean, this is a team that won 78 games last year. And the year before, 69 and 63 after they had a couple of 93 game years.
So here is Jose Guillen now. 2 runners in scoring position with 2 men down. Fastball inside. An appeal to first and no swing, says Greg Gibson.
Well, you get an idea of how tough this game is. He takes one off the right hand to Daniel Cabrera, 95-mile-per-hour fastball, and then the next time up, where there was some question where he's going to play. He hit about as hard a home run as you can see. Hanging curveball, smoked it to left field.
Baez requesting time so he could go out and rub up the baseball. So the Orioles now trail by 5. JJ puts the closer no longer throwing. And 3-0 on Jose Guillen. Fastball for a strike as he takes all the way. Fouls off the pitch. That was right there.
Yeah, well, both home runs have been on breaking balls. The home run off Guthrie, high slider, curveball off of Cabrera. It doesn't mean he can't hit the fastball, but his approach usually is right center, left center. Back gets sped up a little bit when you hang a breaking ball. That missed him.
And the 3-2 is popped up. Millar in foul ground hoping for a play near the stands. Reaches in, and he didn't get it.
Almost did. A little alleyway between the tarp and the wall, and
fans are booing the fan who went for the souvenir. Maybe got in the way of Millar.
Yeah, but it's about 2 feet into the stands. I mean, he makes it a great effort. See, there's a little cutout right here where he goes.
Oh, that's exactly what happened. He caught it instead of Millar.
Yeah, but the ball was in over the.
Wow.
Yeah, but it wasn't out over the field of play.
Right. But still, this is the home ballpark.
Yeah, but it's a ball.
Yeah, but you let Millar catch it, then he gives it to you.
No, I understand that, but it's you don't. Your natural instinct is, hey, I'm in a major league game. It's 13-8. The ball's coming my way. I brought my glove. Snare it, and he did. Made a nice play. Try catching a Popeye that high.
He's reliving the moment.
Yeah.
Well, Baez will leave. He has faced 7 batters and recorded only 2 outs. And Kurt Berkins will come on and try to get the final out here in the 9th inning. Tough series for the Orioles pitching. So the bases are loaded. Raul Ibanez, who's had a big series coming up, and Perkins is coming on. So 2 runs in, 13-8, bases loaded, and that kept the inning going. Top of the ninth, eighth batter coming up for Seattle. They have 2 insurance runs in a 13-8 lead, and Kurt Birkin's on to try to get the final out. And he inherits the bases loaded from Danny Baez.
Yeah, up and down AAA Norfolk, starting pitcher down there, reliever here, and gave up a couple of runs on Tuesday night. Bullpen gave up 8 on Tuesday. They squandered a 3-2 lead, and there are the numbers for Ibanez. Came in 5 for 10 in the first 2 games.
Ibanez fouls it back, and it's quickly 0-2.
And Kurt not having a great year against left-handers. They're 9 for 17, so that equates where territory you don't want to be in. The other night, just a little bit different ball. Maybe the seams aren't as high. Had trouble getting the curveball over, and they took advantage of it. Maybe a little bit better field today. Yeah, if you look at guys, he throws very much like Brian Burris as far as velocity. Both around 89, 90 miles per hour. He's got a cutter. He's got a changeup. He's got a curveball. So does Brian Burris.
Fouled off to stay alive. Another amazing number for Seattle in this series, in which they seem to score every time they come up. This is their 27th at bat, 9 innings in each of the 3 games, as that one got a piece of Ramon Hernandez. Ooh. And they have gone, Jim, in those 27 at bats, 3 up, 3 down, 4 times in this series. So even in innings that they didn't manage to score, they forced Orioles pitchers to go to the stretch and face extra batters in those innings. 4 times in 27 innings in this series, 3 up, 3 down.
Well, let's see. They didn't score in 3 innings the first night. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 last night, and then 2 tonight. Pretty good hitting.
And Birkins, after getting ahead 0-2, has the count go even now, 2-2 on Ibanez. 2 RBIs on the night. Suzuki in the top of the lineup has 3. And Betancourt, batting 9th, has 3. Ground ball towards second. Roberts is there. He'll play it to first. Birkins gets the final out, and the inning ends. But Seattle gets 2 big insurance runs. So as we head to the bottom of the ninth, the Mariners, 3 outs away from a sweep, have a 13-8 lead. Player of the game, as decided by our viewers, Miguel Tejada gets 83% of the vote. You can text in your vote every game and vote for the AT&T Player of the Game. Standard text message rates apply, and it's open to all carriers. Willie Bloomquist, who pinch ran for Guillen, stays in the game. He's in right field. And Sherrill, who came on to get the final 2 outs of the 8th, stays on. No longer a save situation and nobody getting loose behind him. It's a 5-run lead in the 9th inning for Sherrill. Markakis to right field. Bloomquist goes back, and it's over his head, and it bounces against the wall. Markakis hustling towards second base, and he is in with a double. So Nick has a 2-hit night, a triple, now a double.
Well, we highlighted him because, he came in very hot in this month. And, of course, last year, that was his hottest month, 10 home runs. Well, actually, he hit higher in July, over 400, 356 with 10 home runs in the month of August. And Bloomquist comes in, early action over his head, strong throw. Nick Markakis easily beats it.
Now, if he stays on, this would be a save for him, right? Because when he came on, it was a 3-run game, and the tying run was on deck.
Yes.
So that would be a save, even though they now have a 5-run lead. And here is Tejada, takes ball 1. He allowed the tying run to come to the plate when he walked Roberts, but he got Patterson out. And Seattle has since added 2. Those 2 runs, top half of this inning, changed everything.
Oh, did it ever.
Miguel, 5 RBI night, grand slam in the 3rd, RBI ground out in the 7th. There's a strike. Miggy taken all the way.
Of course, puts would be in there if the Mariners hadn't scored some runs. And, of course, he's got 33 saves out of, and he's back up just in case. I mean, it's a must-win game.
Tejada thought it was low. Charlie Relaford disagreed, and the count 2-2.
Well, how about Sherrill last year? He pitched in 72 games, first full year in the big leagues, and didn't throw a home run.
He's their version of Chad Bradford.
Yeah. Chad threw 2 all last season, hadn't thrown 1 yet this year.
Tejada hits it hard to right field. Bloomquist back on it. Has it for the out. Markakis will tag and go to 3rd, and 1 down.
Yeah, Nick Markakis does a lot of things right. You're down by 5 runs, but you go back and tag up, because you know that you can get to 3rd. And even if it's only another run, Millar wants an RBI. And Miguel a little frustrated because that was a breaking ball that stayed up. He hit it hard, but maybe got it a little out on the end of the bat.
Kevin hitless on the night. He did walk and score in the 6th inning. There's a strike. Kevin is 3 for his last 18 now over the last 5 games. He's been playing pretty much every day.
I think ideally you'd like to be able to rest your players, even if they're, mainstays on your ball club. And especially I think guys that play with the kind of intensity that Kevin does. I mean, he's, 24/7 on.
Pops it up. Broussard in foul ground, has a play. And grabs it for the out, almost drops it. 2 men down.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy about that pop-up. That was an RBI duck out there at 3rd base.
Well, with the Red Sox facing the Orioles this weekend and 3 consecutive right-handed pitchers, so he'll probably get one of those days off. There's Aubrey Huff. Orioles down to their final out, down by 5. Aubrey is 1 out of 4 on the night to extend his hitting streak to 6 in a row. Slice foul, 0-2. So a day of transition for the Orioles. Chris Gomez claimed on waivers by the Indians, no longer on the club, and John Parrish traded to Seattle after Seattle claimed him. The Orioles worked out a deal so Seattle could get him. instead of the Orioles pulling him back. And then the upcoming schedule, as Jim alluded to earlier, here it is. Red Sox in town for 3, and then the Orioles head to New York for 3. And then following a day off, a week from tonight, in Toronto, they have 3 against the Blue Jays, and the Blue Jays have been playing pretty well.
Yep, tough part of the schedule.
And here tonight, they score 8 runs, and they're down by 5. And Huff down on strikes to end it. So Seattle comes into Baltimore and completes a 3-game sweep. And George Sherrill allows the leadoff double to Markakis, but Markakis left stranded. Well, we invite you to join us again tomorrow night. The Orioles welcome in the Red Sox. Eric Bedard against Daisuke Matsusaka in the opener of the 3-game series. Coverage on Massa begins at 6:30 with those extra presented by Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Then game coverage at 7 o'clock. And now for Jim Palmer, Amber Theo-Harris, Jim Hunter saying so long. Once again, our final score, Seattle 13, the Orioles 8. This has been a presentation of the Mid-Atlantic Sports Network. Now to Tom Davis, Rick Dempsey, and O's Extra, presented by ChevyFirst.com.